for causes that will help make a better Bharat.
बेस्ट मीडिया प्रिंट एंड इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स का पुरस्कार जीता है मिशन पानी नेटवर्क 18 ने। 2,05,00,000 स्कूली बच्चे इस अभियान से जुड़े। जल प्रतिज्ञा और जल रक्षक अभियान सराहनीय रहे। मिशन पानी के लिए खास वाटर एंथम भी है। पानी की बर्बादी रोकने पर कवरेज प्रशंसनीय रहा।
We're starting off Viewpoint with some breaking news coming in from Istanbul, Turkey, where after 3 hours of talks between Russia and Ukraine, there is now a significant decision. Russia has decided to cut back, to reduce its military activity both around Kiev as well as in Cherniv, which is a northeastern city, both in Ukraine because of this diplomatic thaw that seems to have been the fallout of the sixth round of negotiations that have just concluded in Istanbul, in Turkey. The Russian Defense Ministry has confirmed this. Vladimir Medinsky, who is the former Minister of Culture, who's the lead negotiator for the Russian side, has spoken to press persons in Istanbul after this meeting and has confirmed that there is going to be a significant scaling back of military activity around both Kiev, the capital, and Cherniv. Also, Russian state-affiliated media is saying that Putin and Zelensky could meet if it is accompanied with an initiating peace treaty. That peace treaty, Ukraine wants that peace to be guaranteed by at least 8 countries, US, UK, and other countries around the region as well. So this is a significant development that's happened just moments ago after this latest round of negotiations between the Ukrainian side and the Russian side have concluded in the physical format in Istanbul, in Turkey. Let me also play out the soundbite of the Deputy Defense Minister of Russia, who's also one of the negotiators, part of this negotiating team, and he confirmed that this is what Russia has agreed to. After 34 days of this war, the first signs of a scale back are now beginning to show. Let's play out that soundbite.
Министерством обороны Российской Федерации в целях повышения взаимного доверия и создания необходимых условий для дальнейшего ведения переговоров и достижения конечной цели согласования и подписания вышеуказанного договора принято решение кардинально в разы сократить военную активность на Киевском и Черниговском направлениях. Исходим от того, что в Киеве будут приняты соответствующие основные решения и должны быть созданы условия для дальнейшей нормальной работы.
I want to go across to Arwa Damon, CNN correspondent, who's joining us from Istanbul, where these negotiations, at least in the physical form, have concluded. And you've heard a moment ago, Arwa, from both Vladimir Medinsky, who's the lead Russian negotiator, as well as from Alexander Fomin, who's the Russian deputy defense minister, both of them part of the negotiating team, announcing that they're willing to significantly cut down Russia's military activity around Kiev and around Cherniv. What are you hearing? And if this is indeed true, then is this a significant scale back after more than a month of this war between Russia and Ukraine?
Well, it's actually a bit tough to tell because, Brianna, the talks ended in person, but our understanding is that they will be continuing online. And as you were mentioning there, the Russians have said that they were constructive. The Ukrainians have said that it could potentially be the point where the leaders of both countries could be meeting. But that being said, no agreement has yet been reached. We also do understand that a lot of the discussions have been centering around some sort of a humanitarian ceasefire to allow for more humanitarian corridors to open up, especially ones that would hopefully at least be more secure than the ones in the past have been. We also do understand that the Ukrainians have begun discussions at a medium level, let's say, with potential guarantor countries. Now, what is all of this about? Ukraine wants certain countries, 8 of them, to guarantee Ukraine's security should any sort of agreement move forward, especially since, as we have been reporting, Ukraine has been open to discussions about it becoming a non-nuclear neutral state. But Ukraine is very reluctant to do that without these security guarantees that would be upheld by these guarantor countries. That is potentially going to be very tricky moving forward. But at this stage, it does seem as if both sides are maintaining something of an optimistic tone, keeping in mind, of course, that this is all relative, although no clear, firm agreement at this stage has yet been reached.
All right, so nothing's been put down on paper, but it's clear that something has given in this round of talks in Istanbul. The Russian negotiators, both of them, you heard Alexander Fomin, the Deputy Minister for Defense, as well as Vladimir Medinsky, who is the former Minister of Culture, the lead negotiator, come out and say that they are significantly going to cut down on military activity around Kiev. How will this play out? We'll check in back with Arwa in the latter half of this show. But now we want to shift focus to what's been happening in Bengal. A day after there was ruckus in the Bengal Assembly and 5 BJP MLAs were suspended, today there was more drama. A video has surfaced purportedly showing Naren Chakravarti, a TMC MLA from Asansol, seen instructing TMC cadre not to allow BJP supporters to reach the polling booths. And if they do, then they should be, quote-unquote, appropriately dealt with. Now, this is for the upcoming Asansol bypoll. Naren Chakravarti says this is an edited video. It's an old video. It's a video which was purportedly shot when Shubhendu Adhikari was part of the TMC setup. But the BJP is going all guns blazing. They've even complained to the Election Commission just moments ago. The question is, ahead of these bypolls, these crucial bypolls in Bengal, who is inciting whom?
A day after BJP and TMC leaders came to blows in the assembly over the violence in Birbhum, there's a fresh flashpoint that has broken out, this time over the bypoll in Asansol. Leader of opposition Shubhendu Adhikari has now released a damning video. In the video, TMC leader Naren Chakraborty threatens voters that if they vote the BJP, they'll have to face the consequences.
বলবে আপনি যদি ভোট দিতে যান আমরা ধরে নেব বিজেপির ভোট দেবেন ভোটের পর আপনি কোথায় থাকবেন সেটা আপনার নিজের ইচ্ছে আর যদি ভোট দিতে না যান আমরা ধরে নেব আপনি আমাদের সমর্থন করছেন
The BJP panned the Trinamool, accusing them of stalling democracy.
Where are all the torch bearers of democracy today when one of the member of legislative assemblies of Trinamool Congress has threatened the BJP voters, not BJP karyakartas, BJP voters, that if the voters come out of their home and vote for Bharatiya Janata Party, the consequences are going to be dire.
The man at the center of this controversy, Naren Chakraborty, hit out at the BJP, claiming the video was doctored.
ये हो सकता है कोई कंपोज वम्पोज करके आजकल तो ये सब है चलता है आज बीजेपी तो सब कुछ सकता है वोट नहीं देगा तो सीबीआई भेज देगा वोट में जीतेगा तो ईडी भेज देगा तो ऐसा ही कुछ है करतूज है इन लोग का ये लोग बड़ा पार्टी है पैसा वाला पार्टी है कुछ तो किया
Elections for the Asansol Lok Sabha seat will be held on April 12th. The seat fell vacant after sitting MP Babul Supriyo resigned in October last year. He quit the BJP citing differences and later joined the Trinamool Congress.
All right, let me go across to our guests who are joining us on the talking point this evening on Viewpoint. Syed Zafar Islam, Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament, spokesperson of the BJP. Dr. Shashi Panja is Minister and the Governor of West Bengal. Pratim Ranjan Bose, political analyst, and Monojit Mondal, political analyst, also joining us. Dr. Panja, I'll start with you. Here you have a sitting MLA, Naren Chakravarti of your party, openly threatening voters affiliated to one political party from coming to the polling booth. What action are you going to take against him?
No, actually, you've heard what the MLA has said. That it appears, first of all, we really need to look into the, the sanctity of the video. I mean, is it really what it was, is shown to be? So, and secondly, the MLA himself has denied this, and he has said that it appears to be have been doctored. And also, in the same breath, he did say that it appears to be some previous statements in the past which have been kind of combined and things like that. So there is an issue where we are, of course, have asked the MLA, and the party, of course, has previously to not ever endorsed, in fact, anybody, any leader.
So, Dr. Banja, will you send this clip if you claim that it is doctored, as the MLA is claiming it's doctored, it's edited,
absolutely.
so on and so forth? Will you send it to Forensic Sciences Laboratory
absolutely.
for examination?
I'll tell you. No. I'll tell you. This is something that Bengal police has to do quite frequently. There are so many of these fake videos and so many of these doctored videos. And sometimes if you check the Twitter of Kolkata police and Bengal police, you will have these Twitters posts in which you will see they have written, "This is fake."
So you are open to sending this clip to a forensic laboratory for examination, right?
The MLA himself has denied it also.
Okay.
The MLA has gone on record and he has
that
denied
does not mean anything.
I mean,
if I am the
this.
accused person and I say, no, I'm not accused, that doesn't mean anything in the eyes of the law.
No, essentially you need to know if you really, this is what BJP is up to. Basically, it does no campaign.
Let me ask Zafar Islam.
It just doesn't go to the people.
We played this clip out to the MLA concerned. He gave us a phono. He heard the clip, and he says that this is an edited clip and this is what the BJP does. Please respond, Mr. Islam.
Well, they have nothing to defend, and she is trying to defend something which cannot be defended. They all know, and everyone knows on the street of West Bengal and elsewhere in the country, that this party, Trinamool Congress, always resort to violence. They are known for political violence. They are known for targeting opposition leaders. They are known for resorting to killing. And it is not for the first time. They have done it, they have demonstrated it, and they want to just repeat it. So what is there to speculate? I mean, there is absolutely no headroom for speculation here.
Why don't you allow this clip to be sent for forensic investigation?
No,
one second. That's the question is to Mr. Islam.
So, I mean, we are not shying away from any such investigation. Let it that will take its own course, and they must send it to for forensic investigation. But right now, what is important for all of us to understand that they are threatening. Who are they are threatening? They are threatening a voter.
Yeah.
Innocent voter. They are being targeted. Why? Just because they want to use their franchise in a manner what the Constitution gives them the flexibility.
Okay. I want to get a piece of breaking news coming in. This is again connected to the Bengal story. Just give me a moment, Zafar. This is coming in from the governor's office. Governor Thankar's office has just tweeted confirming that there will be a meeting between the governor and the chief minister. It's going to happen sometime tomorrow, is what we're given to understand. Mamata Banerjee has been called to the Raj Bhavan for a meeting with Governor Jagdeep Dhankar. This is going to happen either tomorrow or the day after, at some point this week, to discuss, quote unquote, the deliberate worsening law and order in the state, particularly in view of what has happened in Rampur Hat. And the question, Pratibharanjan Bose, is this is coming in the same week, in the last few days, of what we've seen in Rampur Hat and the kind of pressure there was on the state government, ultimately the Calcutta High Court transferring the case to the CBI, and now we have Naren Chakravarti saying that BJP voters need to be threatened. That is the worrisome bit.
I am convinced that the state has is caught in a wave of perpetual violence. I mean, I have no doubt about it. If we just keep on looking, just look at the data, regular basis, whatever is happening, it is happening in a cycle, and I don't see any respite from this. So, see, I mean, for example, I was listening to the minister. First of all, when the leader of opposition is raising something, it has to be taken into cognizance. Simple. The doubt. I think there is an advantage that the opposition should get. That is the normal rule of justice in court. So, why should we? Assuming that post verification, assume that it is found wrong. you just come out and say. But why first from the, why the MLA who said, and I mean, literally, what are we talking about? We cannot really, I mean, there are certain things which are beyond politics, which affects everyone.
Okay.
So, you and I can have a difference of opinion, but we must not settle it with some blows.
Dr. Panja, the moot point is whether this is motivated, not motivated. The fact remains that the buck for law and order finally stops with the state government. Today, even the governor is asking the chief minister to please come and have a chat. The point is, I mean, the state cannot shy away from that responsibility. And if you have an MLA who is openly threatening, allegedly, voters in a particular constituency, then the least that can be done is somebody higher up should call that MLA and ask him what is going on.
Anand, we have a
Dr. Panja, please. Dr.
Is
Shashi
going
Panja,
on
please.
record.
Yeah.
On behalf of the party, I'm going on record, and we are saying we need to verify the contents. We need to verify the authenticity of this video. This is one. Secondly, West Bengal is not caught in the state of perpetual that violence that he mentioned, the previous speaker. It's caught in a state of perpetual campaign against West Bengal, with so many misconceptions and lies being said about West Bengal. We need to understand, even the leader of the opposition, if that be so, even if the Rampur Haat incident, if you wish to present, in the Vidhan Sabha, on the day when the governor was to give his speech, that was on the first day, the BJP MLAs did not allow that. The BJP MLAs do not participate in any discussion. And vis-a-vis
but ma'am, it is the responsibility and I would even say the privilege of an opposition in a democracy to ask for a discussion on any pressing issue confronting a state. It's the same privilege that the opposition has in parliament, right?
Zaka, you must understand that we started this assembly session on the 7th of March. And you just inquire how many days actually the opposition attended. Every day they would come, they would shout slogans, and they would leave. They did not participate in the budget.
Okay.
They did not participate in the governor's speech debate. And there was volumes that they wanted to say. They could have done that.
Zafar Islam, the opposition is only interested in disrupting. I'll come to Manojit Mandal also, but Zafar Islam, quickly respond to what Dr. Panja is saying. You disrupted the governor's speech, you disrupted the finance minister's speech, you did not take part in the discussions on the budget, and then finally, yesterday, you came and stormed into the well of the house, attacked the marshals there. What do you expect the speaker to do? Zafar Islam.
Well, everyone knows that the reputation of our party and TMC, we are a disciplined party. We believe in constitution. We follow the principle of democracy, and whatever needs to be done in the assembly or the parliament, we have conducted in a manner the parliamentarian or the legislative member of legislative assembly should be conducting. But when there a threat looming over on our head all the time, because these TMC MLAs intimidating our member of legislative assemblies, our MLAs, they are threatening them, they are targeting them, they are manhandling them. Just see what is the state of a discussion can take place when the situation is such that our MLAs are being targeted by their MLA. In the assembly, have you seen this kind of an atmosphere?
One second. I want to ask Manojit Mandal, ma'am, with your permission, I want to ask Manojit Mandal. You'll all famously remember, I think it was 2006 or 7, when Mamata Banerjee was an MLA. She was the leader of the opposition. She was taking on the CPM at that time. There were similar scenes that were witnessed in the assembly. Today, the TMC is in the ruling benches and the BJP is in the opposition benches. So what has changed? So to that extent, Pratim Ranjan Bose is right. I mean, the cycle of violence has not stopped. Whether CPM is in power or TMC is in power or any other party is in power, Manojit. Fact is, we're seeing those scenes repeat again after 15 years.
Jaka, there's huge difference. You can't compare Chocket. I'll tell you. First of all, 2006 and 2007, Singun Nandigram was state brutality. It was the state massacre perpetrated on young, innocent farmers. And here there was a very unfortunate incident between two groups, maybe of the same political party. While the state has no role to play at all, rather the state led by the Chief Minister herself was trying to deliver justice. For us and for the state of the people of Bengal, what matters is delivery of justice. That's what the Chief Minister was trying to do. What the BJP is doing yesterday, why did they do so? Right now the CBI is inquiring. They should have waited for the CBI inquiry to get over. In fact, let me tell you.
No, Monuji, again, I'm sorry. I keep going back to the point that I raised with Dr. Panja. It is the prerogative of the opposition anywhere. In Parliament, it's the prerogative of the opposition. In any assembly, it's the prerogative of the opposition to raise whatever issue they want. Now, you tell me, Monuji, one second. You tell me how different is this action from what we saw 3-4 months ago when opposition MPs raised an issue and the presiding officer suspended them. I think 12 of them were suspended.
I'll tell you, the farm law caused 700 deaths in the country. When the opposition leaders were shouting slogans in the parliament, it's against the farm law which was not repealed. And here the case is different.
Sir,
the state has been proactive.
There have been 9 deaths in Rampur Hart. Sir, there have been 9 deaths in Rampur Hart.
Absolutely, yes. Very unfortunate, but the state has acted. Rather, CBI is not acting. I tell you, I'm charging. This is my charge against the CBI. What is the CBI doing in the last 3 days? The state police, the SIT arrested 24 people, including one of the masterminds, in 2 days. What is the CBI doing right now? I think they are watching up the investigation. Okay. This is my charge against the CBI. The state police was doing better job under the leadership of Mamata Banerjee. She herself pointed to the place.
Look, the investigation, Monuji, the investigation was taken away by the Calcutta High Court and given to the CBI. So I don't know. I mean, we don't have a CBI representative on the panel tonight. But one second. I want to go back to I want to go back to Dr. Panja as well as Zafar Islam. And I'm getting closing comments here. Dr. Panja, when 3-4 months ago, a dozen members of parliament, including, I believe at that time, TMC MPs, were suspended for an entire session, the entire opposition came together. Now, how different is that action from what we saw yesterday?
No, it is different because practically the treasury benches in parliament were bulldozing the parliament. They were actually bulldozing. There was no discussion. You remember the voice vote which took place? And the dissent was not heard. Here, the opposition is being given a chance to participate, to speak, but right from day one, they didn't.
No, but when did the discussion on Rampur Hart happen, ma'am, in the assembly?
No, in the assembly, of course, there was a statement by the Parliamentary Affairs Minister. But who will hear? There was sloganeering and they had walked out by then. There was an actual statement of the Parliamentary Affairs Minister on behalf of the government of West Bengal, Mr. Partha Chatterjee. But who will hear? Because they are so busy with themselves shouting and screaming and then appearing on the television.
Close out the debate. Zafar.
Let me respond to that. First of all, how blatantly she is telling lies. Being a minister,
I am a member of the assembly. Excuse me.
Zafar, she's a member of the assembly. She was there when all of this happened.
And how blatantly.
Anyway, let's not get
protect your reputation.
Let's stick to the issue, Zafar, please.
You should be sensitive about your reputation as a minister. How blatantly you can tell lies. Mamata Banerjee is still not visited. She is in Calcutta. She has not even gone to the assembly. She has not gone to the assembly despite being in Calcutta. Has she been sensitive, she would have gone there. Made a statement there. She didn't. Secondly, let me tell you, you said about the parliament. You said about the parliament. What ruckus your colleague had created.
One at a time, please. One at a time. This is not helping. This is not helping your cause. This is not helping the cause of our viewers. One at a time. One at a time, please.
Making as if they are not in the parliament, but in the stadium.
No, Zafar, but what the TMC is saying is that the Chief Minister went to Rampur Hart. There were 20 people who got arrested. There were the DM got suspended, the SP there got suspended. Zafar.
No, these are all. All these things can be discussed separately. But where she should have come and spoken about it inside the assembly.
Okay.
But she didn't. And she, despite being in Calcutta, comfortably living in Calcutta. She didn't even turn up and made a statement there. That showed insensitiveness on part of the
No. One thing I would like to clarify. The Chief Minister did visit Rampur Hat. You could debate whether it happened belatedly or not, but she did visit Rampur Hat, and 2 days after that it was the Calcutta High Court that took the case away and gave it to the CBI. I want to wrap it up. I want to wrap up the discussion. Thank you very much to all our guests. All I'll say is that justice needs to happen. It needs to happen expeditiously, and now the onus is on the CBI to ensure that justice happens expeditiously. We'll take a quick break. When we come back on the other side, we'll shift focus to the big development out of Istanbul, Turkey, where the Russian and Ukrainian negotiators have agreed to some significant points. We'll have more details right on the other side. India's neutral approach. Not quite US President Joe Biden, who's been openly critical, calling New Delhi's position somewhat shaky.
In response to his aggression, there has been, we presented a united front throughout NATO and in the Pacific. The Quad is, with the possible exception of India being somewhat shaky on some of this, but Japan has been extremely strong, so has Australia, in terms of dealing with Putin's aggression.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine is now over a month old. Both sides are trying to broker another round of peace talks. It's going to happen in Istanbul, in Turkey. Now, this comes after US President Joe Biden over the weekend explicitly called for the overthrow of Vladimir Putin. No American president, not even in the height of the Cold War, has explicitly asked for a regime change in Moscow. This is now a comment that the White House has been scrambling to clarify. It also comes in a week when Sergei Lavrov, Russia's foreign minister and Putin's very close aide, is expected to be here in Delhi. If the visit indeed does happen, it'll be the highest level visit by a Russian official since the war began. Why does the West have a problem with India taking a neutral stand in this war between Ukraine and Russia? But first, let's get to the story that is emanating from Ukraine on day 33 of this war. Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has entered its second month. Hundreds are dead, the scale of destruction is immense, and the humanitarian crisis is growing day by day.
The parking lot of this Ukrainian superstore has become an unofficial gateway for evacuees fleeing the combat zone. So you see cars that have made the dangerous journey with homemade signs here that say Deti, that means children, and the name of the city that is being battered by Russian forces, Mariupol there. Here you see a van that has the word evacuation written on the windshield here. And then you can also see that some people are tying little white flags and rags on their cars. These are all desperate attempts to try to protect civilians from coming under fire from the combatants that are arrayed in the nearby countryside.
Ukrainian President Zelensky says his country is prepared to discuss adopting a neutral status, but that he will not discuss any of the other Russian demands, including demilitarization of Ukraine.
Вообще не сядем за стол, если мы будем говорить о какой-то демилитаризации, какой-то денацификации. Для меня это непонятная абсолютная вещь.
US President Joe Biden, who flew down to Europe to reinforce the unity of the West against Russia, declared that Putin should no longer remain in power.
Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia, for free people refused to live in a world of hopelessness and darkness. We will have a different future, a brighter future, rooted in democracy and principles, hope and light, of decency and dignity, of freedom and possibilities. For God's sake, this man cannot remain in power.
Just before Biden's speech in Poland, an airstrike struck a fuel depot just outside Lviv in western Ukraine, close to where Biden was.
You see through there, you can see the Some of the firefighters on the scene there, right to the right of this building, just to the corner of that building. You can see some of the firefighters on the scene, and they're putting the fire retardant on there. No water on this situation, not on a chemical fire. They're not using water on that.
The Russia-Ukraine war is in its 5th week now. That is much longer than what Vladimir Putin would have anticipated. But the longer this war goes on, the greater the risk of an alienated Putin doing something dramatic like pressing the nuclear button. Now, the exact aim of Russia's invasion is not clear. It was initially aimed at swiftly capturing major cities and toppling the government. Denazification is the word that Vladimir Putin used. Russian troops first tried to encircle the capital Kiev, but after the bombardment and the seizing of several towns to the northwest, they were forced back by Ukraine's military. In fact, Ukrainian forces have been trying to regain territory from the Russians, so now Russia says it's going to focus on liberating the east, the Donbass, signaling a possible shift in military strategy. Let's just take a look at some of the cities that Russia has managed to capture and what the exact game plan is. If you were to take a look at the map of Ukraine, all the way from Chernihiv in the northeast, across the entire major belt in the eastern side of Ukraine, from Kharkiv, which is the second biggest city, to Luhansk and Donetsk, the capitals of the two big provinces in Donbass, Mariupol, which is a southern port city, which has direct link to the Black Sea, and then all the way to Odessa and Kherson. It's very clear what Vladimir Putin and the Russian troops are trying to do is to create a semicircle almost, the entire eastern belt of Ukraine being completely cut off, as a result of which they want to create a buffer state, almost like North and South Korea, or what used to be erstwhile East and West Germany. They want to create a buffer state between Ukraine and Russia, as a result of which Russia's security interests are not directly threatened by a Ukraine, which Russia feels is moving closer and closer to NATO. Welcome back. The big development out of Istanbul, Turkey, after the 6th round of talks between Russia and Ukraine that has concluded after almost 3 hours of those talks. After this round of negotiations, there has been the most significant progress that we've seen in the last month plus of this war. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that the Kremlin has decided to, quote-unquote, significantly reduce its military activity in Kiev as well as in Chernihiv. Though the Ukrainian side continues to say that there is no concrete agreement, there's no written agreement between both sides. On the other hand, Ukraine has also offered a 15-year negotiation period on the status of Crimea. Crimea, remember, is the southern part, the southern island just off Ukraine, which Russia had annexed back in 2014. Also, they're saying that there is still the possibility of a meeting between the leaders of both countries, Vladimir Putin and Vladimir Zelensky, provided there is a security guarantee. And Ukraine wants at least 8 major powers around the world and in the region to back that security treaty as guarantors. Let me now go across to Arwa Damon, CNN correspondent, who's joining us live from Istanbul. So after 3 hours, those negotiations have concluded, and we've heard from both Alexander Fomin, the Deputy Defense Minister of Russia, as well as Vladimir Medinsky, who's the lead Russian negotiator, suggesting that they're going to significantly reduce military activity around Kiev and Chernihiv. What does this mean, Arwa?
Well, first of all, these talks may have ended in person, but our understanding is that they are still continuing in an online capacity. And it does seem as if both sides are putting out, relatively speaking, of course, fairly optimistic statements, in the sense that the Russians have called the talks constructive. The Ukrainians have said that they believe that these talks and negotiations are now at a stage, or at the very least closer to a stage, where both countries' leaders can actually sit down and begin to speak. One of the key issues that was being discussed is, of course, this talk of a humanitarian ceasefire. Now, no concrete agreement has yet been reached on that, but again, these talks are still ongoing in an online capacity. Humanitarian ceasefire, very critical at this stage, especially because it would, in theory, mean the opening of humanitarian corridors whose safety and security is actually guaranteed. Another point that we heard the Ukrainians make is that they are going to be starting discussions at a political political advisor level with countries, some 8 countries we understand, who they want to be guarantor countries. Now, guarantors of what? Well, this is because the Ukrainians have been talking about how they would be willing to accept a non-nuclear neutral state status. What does that actually mean? By being a neutral state, it would mean that Ukraine would not be able to be a third party to any other conflict, which would effectively, for the foreseeable future at least, remove NATO membership off the table. However, if Ukraine is going to be taking that step, it wants its own security to be guaranteed by these hypothetical guarantor countries. Now, this is potentially going to prove to be extremely difficult because a number of those countries that Ukraine would like to see as guarantors quite simply would not want to put themselves in a position where they would end up in a perhaps future, perhaps more current face-off with Russia. So there's still a lot to be worked out, a lot that right now we're trying to get more clarity on. But I think at this stage, it's very critical to note that right now there is still no agreement in place for any sort of a ceasefire, whether it is humanitarian or otherwise. But of course, again, as I've been saying, these talks are still ongoing as far as we understand in an online capacity.
What you referred to a moment ago about the possibility of a meeting between Vladimir Putin and Vladimir Zelensky, if certain conditions were to be met, what are these conditions that Ukraine in particular want to be met so that such a meeting, if at all one would take place, would eventually happen?
Well, that is, again, very much hypothetical and coming only from the Ukrainian side. And we do also know that the Ukrainians want to see Russian troops withdraw back to the positions that they were in February, before February 23rd, when Russia actually ended up invading Ukraine. We do know from the Russian side that they have been a bit less enthusiastic than the Ukrainians about the closeness of how these negotiations are for a face-to-face meeting. But we do understand that at least on some issues, both sides are approaching more of what's being described as a middle ground, and that some of the contentious issues, if you will, such as the fate of Crimea or the Donbas region in eastern Ukraine, may get tabled for a later discussion at this stage. But I do believe that it is quite premature and perhaps optimistic on the part of the Ukrainians to think that we could be seeing a face-to-face between Zelensky and Putin in the near future. Although, that being said, of course, it is the hope of anyone who has been watching this conflict unfold to see that happen and to see this resolved quite quickly. Also worth noting that when it comes to the Ukrainian perspective, they have been saying since the beginning, whether it's the president or others who have been speaking about this, that they would want to put any sort of key decision about the status of Ukraine to a vote, to a referendum, so that the population also ends up having a stake in what the country looks like moving forward.
Coming back to what was said by the Russian negotiators about significantly cutting down military activity around Kiev, and this is in keeping with what we heard from Sergei Shoigu as well, the defense minister, suggesting that there's going to be a recalibration of Russia's military objectives. They're going to go back to the original goal of liberating the Donbass. What may that mean, Arwa?
Right, so that is what we heard the Russians say, and then we also had intensified bombings in some of these areas that they said that they would be lessening their focus on. And so I guess it goes back down to actually seeing what ends up playing out on the ground and whether or not the Russians actually mean it when they put those kinds of statements out. And part of the dynamics that we saw on the ground happening prior to these negotiations beginning are the tragic and in some ways despicable way that these kinds of talks do end up playing out. Look, coming into these talks, it is often military dynamics on the ground that dictate the positions that either side are able to take. We do know that the Russians are not in as strong a position as they thought they would be in. The sense is that Russia thought that this Ukraine operation would be over swiftly and fairly quickly. That is most certainly not proven to be the case. And so the sense is that there is a certain hope, perhaps, that Russia will actually, truly begin to, or even because this is what the battlefield is going to force it to do, have to focus on this Donbas region and its operations there. But then you also have a number of senior officials within Ukraine and other analysts who are looking at the map of what Russia controls right now, and they will point to the fact that Russia is going to want to create some sort of a corridor between Crimea and the Donbas region. That most certainly would involve the port city of Mariupol that has been under some intense and horrific bombardment, with about 90%, we are hearing, of its buildings destroyed or damaged to a certain degree. And so, even if there is perhaps this shift from one part of the country to the other, I think we're quite a ways off from seeing sort of the violence inside Ukraine even begin to subside.
All right, Arba Damon reporting for us from Istanbul in Turkey. Thanks very much. So finally, a glimmer of hope after 34 days of war. We're getting another piece of breaking news again in connection with the war in Ukraine. This, of course, there's going to be a call between U.S. President Joe Biden and some of his counterparts in the European countries. This is going to be with leaders of Britain, France, Germany. This call is going to happen any time now, is what we are told. This has been confirmed by the White House. And then subsequently, Emmanuel Macron, the French president, will be speaking with Vladimir Putin later tonight. Arunima has more details. So significant that this call is happening just an hour after that big breakthrough seemingly coming through in Istanbul, where the Russian side has agreed to a significant reduction of military ops around Kiev.
Lots of fast development in the last couple of hours. Now we are hearing from the first deputy head of the International Committee of the State Duma that the results of the Russian-Ukraine negotiations are a serious claim that special operation is close to completion. So that could be, the breakthrough that everybody was looking at. We were over a month since the war began. Repeated talks, peace talks, negotiations by different mediators have failed. But now it looks like we are moving towards some kind of a breakthrough. The call that you've already spoken about, United States President making that call to several NATO members, NATO allies, Russia promising, and that's what we are hearing from sources within the establishment in Ukraine, and these are international media reports which are quoting the defense establishment in Ukraine, that Russia has promised to scale down its troops around its capital, around the Ukrainian capital of Kiev as well. And at the same time, the guarantee that Ukraine is seeking, that is also seeming achievable. So like I said, very fast-moving developments in the last couple of hours. Let's just see where this takes us.
All right, Arunima, we'll leave it at that. Clearly, things are happening on the ground. Things are happening in Istanbul as well. And now that call expected to go through between Biden and his European counterparts in a few minutes from now. But let's just give you the situation on the ground and why the Russian negotiators have agreed this time around as to reducing military operations, particularly around Kiev. Now, the pushback that is happening as far as the Ukrainians are concerned, particularly in Kiev, and we've seen for a number of weeks now these convoys stuck about 20-30 kilometers outside Kiev. So Kiev, they've decided to go back. Kharkiv is the second biggest city. We haven't heard any reports of any kind of reduction there. Mykolaiv is a southern port city. So if you look at the red areas, it's almost like a semicircle in the eastern part. What Russia is trying to do is to create a buffer state, much like North Korea is, or much like what East Germany used to be. What is also interesting is they've also decided to reduce significantly operations in Cherniv. Cherniv is just north of Kiev. It's right here on the border between Ukraine and Belarus. So Cherniv and Kiev are the two areas, the two cities where the Russians have committed in Istanbul that they will significantly reduce military operations. What it will also enable the Russians to do is move some of these troops to the Donbas. This is where the bulk of the fighting is happening, and a bulk of the Ukrainian troops too would then move to the Donbas. And then eventually, if the Russians are able to control both Donetsk and Luhansk, liberate both these oblasts, as they are called, these regions, then I think Vladimir Putin will use that as the victory, the military victory that he's so looking for. Meanwhile, Ukraine is saying that at least 5,000 people have died in the catastrophic humanitarian crisis around the southern port city of Mariupol. Remember, Mariupol is critical for Vladimir Putin to get a direct access through to the Black Sea. But there are also some who've managed to escape from the clutches of war from that city. CNN's Ivan Watson has the details.
Shattered by Russian artillery, the windshield of a car that a Ukrainian family used to make their two-day escape from the besieged port city of Mariupol. We meet Natalia shortly after her family reaches relative safety in the parking lot of a superstore on the edge of the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia. The day before yesterday, an artillery shell hit our house, she says. Half of the house is gone. This is what was left.
If Russia sees this, I want them to know that they aren't defending us. They are killing us because they seem to think they're defending us, and that's just not true.
This parking lot, an unofficial gateway to Ukrainian-controlled territory for more than 70,000 Ukrainians who officials say fled Mariupol. The evacuees look shell-shocked. They arrive in vehicles draped with white rags and signs that say children, and some, like 4-year-old Alisa Isayeva, show up in yellow school buses. They were bombing us, she says. Bombing us with planes and tanks. Alisa's aunt Lilia says she suffered from a concussion for days after a strike hit her home.
We walked among corpses. There were bodies under the evergreens, soldiers without heads, without arms. They are lying there. Nobody is gathering them. There was such fear that I felt like I was underwater. I wanted to wake up, and now I'm here, and this feels like some kind of a dream.
Inside the superstore, volunteers and the city government are trying to help. Newly arrived evacuees are welcomed at this support center where they're offered warm meals, access to medics, and information about how to travel deeper into safer parts of Ukrainian territory. There's also a bulletin board here where some people are offering free repair of shattered car windows. And there are also postings here looking for information about missing loved ones. For some who survived Russia's modern-day siege, this is the first hint of safety they've had in weeks. Outside, Yulia Mishodova and her son Stanislav have just arrived.
And bear!
Stanislav is chatty and upbeat, but his mother appears unsteady. When Russian warplanes bombed, she says, the family hid under the dining room table, surrounded by pillows.
When the plane flew past, we were sheltering in the center of town. Until now, my ear still hurts from the shockwave.
The unlikely safe haven provided in this parking lot is precarious. Ukrainian officials say Russian troops are positioned barely a half-hour's drive away from here.
We're getting more breaking news. Russia is beginning to withdraw some of the forces from around the Ukrainian capital, Kiev. Remember, just an hour or so ago, the Russian chief negotiator, Vladimir Medinsky, confirmed that after this current and latest round of negotiations, Russia is committing to withdraw troops around Kiev and Chernihiv. Ukraine has released an official statement. It's also asked for countries like US and UK to be legal guarantors in case Ukraine were to be attacked again. Or they've also offered to settle the Crimea issue bilaterally within 15 years and vowed not to fight over it. Shalinder Vangu is joining us. Shalinder, और क्या जानकारी है? Already ये जानकारी आ रही है कि बटालियन टैक्टिकल ग्रुप्स हैं जो रशियन आर्मी के वो ऑलरेडी विड्रॉ करने शुरू कर दिए कीव के आउटस्कर्ट्स से।
देखिए, लगातार कोशिश ये की जा रही है कि रशिया और यूक्रेन के बीच में बातचीत कराई जा सके। आज भी इस बात की चर्चा थी कि अब सीधे तौर पर पुतिन और जेलेंस्की के बीच में बातचीत हो सकती है। तो इस बातचीत से पहले हो सकता है रशिया की तरफ से एक नरम रुख अपनाया गया हो। हालांकि अब तक ये साफ नहीं है, क्योंकि हमने ये भी पहले देखा है कि जितने भी राउंड ऑफ टॉक्स हुए हैं बिटवीन रशियन एंड यूक्रेनियन नेगोशिएटर्स, तब भी इन्वेजन जारी है, तब भी वहां पे बॉम्बिंग जारी रही। लेकिन इसके बीच जो एक खबर आ रही है कि कीव से कुछ फोर्सेस को विड्रॉ किया गया है रशियन साइड की तरफ से, तो कहीं ना कहीं प्रेसिडेंट जेलेंस्की और प्रेसिडेंट पुतिन के बीच में भी एक माहौल बनाने के लिए ये कदम हो रशिया की तरफ से कि वहां पर बातचीत हो सके। हालांकि अब ये क्लियर नहीं है कि ये बातचीत कब होगी और इसके लिए क्या और ये बातचीत कहाँ होगी। हालांकि ये एक पहला कदम हो सकता है इस बातचीत के लिए।
All right, Shalinder Vangu, we'll leave it at that. Shalinder Vangu there reporting that already we're seeing some movement of Russian troops, particularly smaller groups, the BTGs as they're known, moving away from the outskirts of Kiev. And this is a major shift in Russian strategy soon after this understanding in Istanbul in Turkey. Now, one of Russia's biggest weapons in this war has been the use of multimedia platforms for its own propaganda. Russian President Vladimir Putin has deployed multiple resources to defend the invasion as quote-unquote essential to Russia's sovereignty. This latest move includes a complete red tape over any independent content. CNN's Matthew Chance has this report from Moscow.
This was a groundbreaking interview with what the Kremlin sees as an enemy head of state, and a first for Russian journalists covering this war. But for many Russians, the words of President Zelensky, including his offers of compromise for peace, will never be heard. Russian authorities banning the interview before it was even broadcast, and now vowing to investigate the journalists who carried it out. Journalists like Tikhon Zyadko, the editor-in-chief of TV Rain, an independent Russian channel forced off the air earlier this month. No to war, his editorial staff said, as they walked off their Moscow set.
There is a digital iron curtain on the Ukrainian topic in Russia, and we see that there is I would say, military censorship in Russia, and all the information which is not going from Russian Ministry of Defense or from the Kremlin is forbidden. So it is really important to tell the people the truth, or at least to tell them what the other side of the conflict, of the war, thinks.
Why do you think it is so important for the Kremlin to keep such a tight grip on that flow of information and on the message they want Russian people to hear?
Almost the whole story of Russian war in Ukraine is a big lie, just from the beginning. Even the word war is not being used by the Russian government. We understand that this is not true. We understand that there is a war. We understand that a lot of civilians die there every day. And we understand that a lot of Russian soldiers as well die there every day. And Vladimir Zelensky, he is the person who has a lot of information on what is going on there. And of course, he gave us this information during this interview. And of course, the Russian government doesn't want this information to be spread in Russia.
This is what the Kremlin does want Russians to see. Blanket coverage on state media of its special military operation, with Russian forces cast as liberators and heroes. There have been displays of dissent, like this one of a journalist holding up an anti-war placard during Russia's main daily newscast. The programme has quickly cut away. But for millions of Russians, the idea their country is a force for good, fighting neo-Nazis in Ukraine, being welcomed by the people there, is much more appealing than the hard truth.
Why is it such a successful strategy? Why are people so ready to believe that propaganda?
There is a huge part of the Russian society of people who are in denial, people who just do not want to admit that their country, our country, my country, is bombing civilian objects and schools and the hospitals, etc., etc. It's hard to admit it that maybe there is something very wrong with your homeland, and that somehow me as a citizen of Russia is somehow responsible for it.
Hard to admit, perhaps, but with tough new information laws increasingly illegal too. Russia's criminalising of the truth is this war's latest casualty.
This month, he's already assuming the role of an unlikely mediator. He's the only Western leader to have met Putin during this month-long war. Now, Israel is one of the few countries that has a good working relationship both with Kiev as well as with Moscow. But Israel's ties with Russia are of greater strategic importance. Remember, Israel relies heavily on Russia for security coordination, intelligence coordination in the ongoing war that's happening in Syria. Russia is also among the powers that are negotiating with Iran over its nuclear program. Israel feels the world is letting Iran get away lightly, and Russia is helping prevent that. Which is why, even though Naftali Bennett has reportedly expressed support for the people of Ukraine, and let's not forget, Vladimir Zelensky is a Jew. Ukraine is home to more than 200,000 Jews. That is not a fact that's lost on Israel. Yet at the same time, the Prime Minister of Israel has stopped short of condemning Russia's invasion.
As for the war in Ukraine, Israel stands firm with the people of Ukraine and is going to continue our effort to help reduce the suffering and end the bloodshed. I'm proud of what Israel is doing. And of course, we're doing what we can when asked to contribute to the efforts to end this war. We do this while maintaining close coordination with the United States and with our European partners.
Which brings us back to the question of India's role in this conflict. So far, India's stand has been neutral. There's no outright condemnation of Russia's invasion and no clear support either. India abstained from voting against Russia at least 5 times at the United Nations, both in the Security Council and in the General Assembly. But New Delhi has also not voted, abstained in fact, from 2 motions that were moved by Russia. So clearly saying that it's not backing Russia either in this war. Unlike its Western allies, India is also gearing up to purchase more Russian oil at a discounted price, one of the prime reasons why Lavrov is going to be here this week. Also remember, India hosts the G20 summit next year, and India is unlikely to support any move of ousting Russia from the group of 20 nations. Through its actions and its statements, India is also making it clear that NATO and Russia can resolve this issue through dialogue. But New Delhi's neutrality can also be viewed as a tilt towards Russia. Is there merit in that assumption? After all, India and Russia are quote-unquote brothers in arms. Nearly 86%, think about that for a second, 86% of India's weapons are of Russian origin. India has placed orders for several batteries of the S-400 missile defense system, said to be one of the best in the world. It's also in talks now for further purchase of the S-500 Prometheus systems as well. There are also collaborations with Russia to manufacture nuclear submarines and also fighter aircraft. Much of India's air fleet, fighter jet air fleet, is Russian-made. And to put things in perspective, between the year 2000 and 2020, that is in the last 20 years, Russia accounted for 2/3 of all of India's arms imports. At the same time, remember, India is a critical member of the Quad and the only nation which can counter China in the Asia-Pacific. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has created a distinct difference of opinion within the Quad. The United States has slapped Russia with sanctions. So have other Quad partners, Australia and Japan. But at the same time, those 2 countries have accepted India's neutral approach. Not quite US President Joe Biden, who's been openly critical, calling New Delhi's position somewhat shaky.
In response to his aggression, there has been, we presented a united front throughout NATO and in the Pacific. The Quad is, with the possible exception of India being somewhat shaky on some of this, but Japan has been extremely strong, so has Australia, in terms of dealing with Putin's aggression.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine is now over a month old. Both sides are trying to broker another round of peace talks. It's going to happen in Istanbul in Turkey. Now, this comes after US President Joe Biden over the weekend explicitly called for the overthrow of Vladimir Putin. No American president, not even in the height of the Cold War, has explicitly asked for a regime change in Moscow. This is now a comment that the White House has been scrambling to clarify. It also comes in a week when Sergei Lavrov, Russia's foreign minister and Putin's very close aide, is expected to be here in Delhi. If the visit indeed does happen, it'll be the highest level visit by a Russian official since the war began. Why does the West have a problem with India taking a neutral stand in this war between Ukraine and Russia? But first, let's get to the story that is emanating from Ukraine on day 33 of this war. Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has entered its second month. Hundreds are dead, the scale of destruction is immense, and the humanitarian crisis is growing day by day.
The parking lot of this Ukrainian superstore has become an unofficial gateway for evacuees fleeing the combat zone. So you see cars that have made the dangerous journey with homemade signs here that say Deti, that means children, and the name of the city that is being battered by Russian forces, Mariupol there. Here you see a van that has the word evacuation written on the windshield.
Good evening, you're watching News Epicenter. I am Ridhima Bhatnagar. The war has entered its second month. Another round of talks were held in Turkey today. Till now, remember, talks had been futile, with the trust deficit only increasing with each passing day. Till now, for Russia, the insistence on Ukraine's neutrality had been the most important demand. With Ukraine now not against it, can the talks in Turkey be a turning point? From Belarus to Turkey, has anything changed? Has Turkey found the right balancing act? But first, let's get you the fine print of what the talks focused on today. Remember, these were the sixth round of talks, and the reason that we are saying a lot of headway has been made is because of this. The first that we're understanding, and this is a major, significant development because this is for the first time that we're hearing this, that Russia to reduce military activity in Kyiv as well as Chernihiv. And that's why I said, will this now mark a big turning point as far as the war is concerned? Russia is saying that Putin-Zelensky meet is also now possible, but with a peace treaty. That's also important to watch out for. We're also understanding that the Ukrainian government is saying there is no agreement so far. The other important aspect to watch out for is the Ukrainian government also saying that moving talks to Turkey is the first win. So 1 month down the line, are we now seeing the first signs of things thawing? Ukraine has offered a 15-year negotiation period on Crimea status, which, remember, had been a big demand by the Russian side. Ukraine has offered to pledge to no military alliance or base. What we're also understanding is Ukraine wants a security guarantee mechanism with allies, and we're understanding the names as well. Let's move on to that point as well. The guarantors include USA, UK, China, Turkey, France, Poland, and Israel. So the big thing to watch out for, as I pointed out, these signs, are they now indicative of things resolving between these two warring nations? Because as we pointed out, the war has entered its second month. My colleague from CNN, Salma, is now joining us from Lviv in Ukraine. Salma, we appreciate you taking our time and joining us here. The reason that we are saying that because multiple levels of talks had already failed, what has been the biggest outcome as far as these talks were concerned today?
I think the headline here is that a leadership meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky is more possible now. That is significant. President Putin had not in the past, even just a couple of days ago, shown willingness to come to the table to speak. So this is a big departure, and it does show that the door is starting to open a little bit. Both sides are describing the talks as constructive. Ukraine, for its part, has given a proposal to Russian mediators. They say they want a security guarantee that once a ceasefire is in place and once Russian troops have withdrawn, they want a treaty essentially that guarantees their security. It would be signed joined, they hope, by the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, plus a few other countries such as Italy, Israel, and other nations, to essentially act as an Article 50. So if Ukraine was once again attacked, if somehow Ukrainian land was violated, these countries would jump to its aid, would jump in to help provide no-fly zones, provide military, provide humanitarian aid. So Ukraine trying to guarantee its future here through this treaty. They've offered this proposal again to Russian mediators. Russian mediators say they're working on a counter proposal. Now Russia, for its part, says it's offered 2 points for de-escalation. The first being that they're going to withdraw or draw down their troop movements in 2 areas, in Chernihiv and in Kyiv. U.S. officials say they're already seeing that happen on the ground. They're already seeing Russian troops withdraw from those locations. And the second is, as we mentioned, the possibility of a face-to-face meeting between President Zelensky and President Putin. These are absolutely the most significant moves we've seen, the most significant progress we've had on negotiations since talks began, as you mentioned, 6th round of negotiations. But we are nowhere near an actual treaty. But what we are seeing is steps in the positive direction. Both sides, again, calling the meetings constructive. We'll wait and see how much further this goes. But I think everyone's hanging on to that bit of hope of a face-to-face meeting, because let's be honest, the only man who can really end this war is the man who started this war, and that's President Putin himself.
Salma, as you rightly pointed out, one of the biggest headlines today really has been Russia agreeing to reduce military action both in Kyiv as well as Chernihiv. But over the last 1 month, we've also seen the trust deficit between both the parties only increase. Where does that stand currently?
It's difficult to say, and of course trust is a very difficult thing to build right now. This does come off the back of an announcement just a few days ago by Russia's top general, where he did say the first phase of their term here, their operation, their special operation here in Ukraine is completed, and that they are now going to focus only on the east, and particularly on the 2 so-called republics in the Donbass, these 2 separatist regions all the way in the east of the country. Now, even though we heard that statement, a day later there was missiles landing here in Lviv, where I am, right in the heart of the city. So you do have to take this with a grain of salt. But what we are hearing from all sides is that there is a strategic shift in the Russian position. Look, as you said, we're entering the 2nd month of war. Russia has taken major battlefield losses, thousands of Russian troops killed. They're losing precision weapons. They're losing supply lines. They're losing morale. So is President Putin now looking for a way out? Is that what these negotiations indicate? I think it's really too early to tell. As you said, there's a trust deficit. So there are those who might say, well, no, actually, maybe it's a strategic pause. Maybe it's just a moment to reset, and he'll be back at it again, and we'll see the Russian war machine grind on. So it's very much at this stage, I think, for all sides, a moment in which they're going to just wait and see if Russia is up to its word.
That's interesting what you're saying, that we never know what the end game or the end plan of Putin is. But I want to go back to what the biggest bone of contention, especially as far as Ukraine had been, which was a security guarantee that they wanted. And this really had been the biggest issue. But the other big question is, who will really give that?
So the security guarantees would be the 5 permanent Security Council members, so that includes Russia and China and a few other nations. So what Ukraine is trying to do here is build a consensus around its security, is say that its security is also guaranteed by Russia. I know that might sound contradictory, but it's a way of unifying all sides. It's a way of making all parties happy, because remember, what Ukraine is also offering alongside this security guarantee treaty, if it is signed, if it is agreed upon, is its own neutrality, that it will be a neutral, non-nuclear nation that will not join NATO. So along those lines, it's trying to show that its guarantee of security would come from all sides.
Okay, Salma, we'll leave the conversation there. Thanks for getting us your inputs. A lot of very quick, interesting and parallel developments now taking place as far as the war is concerned. Let me introduce my guests as well. We have Russian journalist Tatiana now joining us on the broadcast. We have Alexandra, the head center of Civil Liberties Ukraine, former diplomat Vishnu Prakash, and Dr. Swasti Rao, Associate Fellow at Manohar Parkar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, Europe and Eurasia Center. Good evening to all of you. Vishnu sir, let me begin with you first. This is something that we've been discussing for weeks now, which was the role of the mediator. And I remember at one point you had said that there is a certain checklist. and the certain qualities that a mediator needs to have. 1 month down the line, the developments that we're seeing in Turkey, has Turkey found the right balancing act, and has it got its checklist of being the mediator right?
Ridhima, good evening. There is a stage comes in a conflict where both sides or the sides in the conflict are chastened, they sober up, they are weakened, and that is when they come to the negotiating table. Turkey has been playing an active role, so there is no doubt about it. And what we see today is a positive development. But as they say, 99% of agreement is no agreement, and there could be many false starts. Because while some of the indications are positive, there are difficulties. One, lack of trust. There is literally no trust between Ukraine and Russia. Secondly, the guarantees look good on paper, but hypothetically, if Russia were to again invade Ukraine 5 years from now, will any of these powers actually join the battle against Russia? So there are issues. Then the question is whether President Putin will be able to sell this deal to the people of Russia, whether US will be amenable to give President Putin a face saver, what will happen to sanctions. So there are lots of questions, but yes, it is a positive development and it gives something to start working on.
Okay, Alexandra, let me bring you in here. Of course, so what we're hearing as part of the talks today were that Kyiv negotiators called for international accord to guarantee Ukrainian security. As I was discussing with Salma also earlier, the question is who will provide that security. But would you say that today we were actually beginning to see the first signs of things thawing between both the warring nations?
It's a good sign that the both parties to the negotiations have started to put forward some proposals and made them public. But we should remember that the key obstacle is the lack of trust. Putin had violated all international agreements which were concluded between Russia and Ukraine. And it means that he cannot be trusted. I suspect that he needs these negotiations and these accords or this agreement for sort of face-saving purposes. He needs to produce some kind of victory or illusion of victory to his population, and to prove in this way that his war against Ukraine was not in vain. So I'm afraid that he might be using it for propagandistic purposes. I would believe that he is serious about negotiations only when he will participate in these negotiations in person directly, and second, when there will be ceasefire. It will signify that Russian side is serious about these negotiations.
Interesting to what you're saying, that the trust deficit is still one of the biggest concerns because we don't know what the end game looks like. Tatiana, I want to bring you in here, and this is interesting, right? Voices coming in from Ukraine are saying that, well, yes, talks are a good sign. They're always a good sign, but we've seen the earlier round of talks fail. The demands by Ukraine were not really accepted. Today, as I pointed out, one of the biggest headlines really has been Russia saying that we've decided to significantly reduce the military activity in Kyiv as well as Chernihiv. So how should we read this? Should we read this as Russia's original plan not gone to track, or is this a result of the subsequent talks that we've seen so far?
I think that there is only one way to look at it. It's a sign of kind of good faith to the Ukrainian side. But I love the whole, narrative that you have going on here. All of your speakers just kind of singing in one tune of the US propelled propaganda about Russia taking heavy military losses that have never been confirmed, by the way. Russian troops losing morale, which is so not the case. And I mean, the whole issue of Russian population not standing behind our own president, which is preposterous and quite funny, actually. But I do agree with all of your previous speakers. The issue here is the lack of trust, and the lack of trust that was executed for 8 years. It was being executed by Kiev, that never abided by its part in the international agreements, that kept bombarding Donbass region despite the Minsk agreements, despite all of the efforts of the Western guarantors to try and stop that bloodshed. And that lack of trust is exactly what caused the whole operation to begin with, because Kiev could not just live with the fact that some people did not want to live in its rule. And also, quite funnily, you're excluding the main point that came out of today's agreements and today's discussions, that Ukraine actually refuses its efforts and stops its efforts of returning Crimea and the Donbass region militarily, which is a major development in the situation, which is why today's negotiations are actually worth looking at seriously, because this is the first time that we've heard an actual proposal from the Ukrainian side to, first of all, embrace the
And Tatiana, if you would have seen the show when it started, when I presented that report, this was one of the biggest talking points that we presented with a graphic representation, that this is actually the first time that we're seeing, and a number of negotiating ears also being put down. But I want to bring in Dr. Rao also now here, who's been patiently waiting. All the speakers seem to be agreeing on one fact, which is that there is still a big trust deficit between both the parties. I mean, if you look at some of the reports which are saying that there are certain mediators that could possibly be poisoned, there is a heightened sense of paranoia. Do you think that's justified today, and that actually reflects the reality rather than what we are getting to know as far as these talks are concerned?
Yeah, a very good evening to you and all, to other esteemed panelists. Well, yes, I totally agree on that one point, that there is a very serious deficit of trust, which will make negotiations very difficult, because it is already, I think, the 5th or the 6th round of negotiations happening. So that is going to be one spoiler, and we will have to see how the two parties go ahead with it and what role the mediators are playing, whether it is justified or not. That's one. The other thing that I would like to say is that, and the way I look at it, of course, I look at it in terms of there's one side, which is the Western narrative. And I think we really hear, because we hear so much from the Western narrative, that we subconsciously it starts to play into our own analysis. And I really feel that, I think there is a sense of, I would say, a bit of a, partiality in our own analysis with respect to, how Ukraine has made Russia put up these demands. In my analysis, these demands are pretty ridiculous, and I do not see the Russians adhering to these in any way.
Why do you say that?
Because it's a contradiction in terms. I mean, they are wanting security guarantees. They saw that when they had a fight, NATO was not even willing to, to announce a no-fly zone, let alone sending troops on the ground. And they want certain NATO countries, to step outside of NATO and provide a security guarantee, in the way of Article 5. I find that a little too ambitious. And then they also want the P5, which includes Russia and China, right? So I basically think that it's way too ambitious and way too unrealistic. In the present scenario. That's my understanding of what Ukraine has been saying. The third thing is about Russia. Obviously, there is a fatigue in terms of how Russia has been looking at their objectives not being met. Let me just remind very quickly, everyone, that when the war started, Putin said that the two clear objectives were to demilitarize and denazify. And now lately, we have seen how the Russian embassies in India, they've been reaching out to, to think tanks and to other government agencies and telling them how many neo-Nazi groups are there in Ukraine that they're trying to target, etc. So what I'm trying to say is that I'm not sure how many of those objectives have been met. So I do not see Russia backing off. And the last point I want to make, which is a very important point, is that please let's remember that CIA has been funding a long-drawn insurgency, has been preparing Ukrainian forces and the paramilitary forces for a long-drawn insurgency way before the special military operation began. It started 8 years ago after 2014 Crimea annexation. So, I do not see any other, so to say, logical conclusion of this, but in long-drawn insurgency against Russia.
But as you were saying, as far as the narratives are concerned, we should also understand that every information that we're getting today needs to be taken with a pinch of salt, because of the information war that we are seeing between both the nations, wanting to control the narrative that is being set out as well. But I want to go back to this trust deficit, the end game and strategy of Russia that we are seeing today, and whether that could actually yield in some sort of resolution as well. Vishnu sir, I want to come back to you. Earlier, remember at one point, we were talking about that the strategy for Putin currently looks like that he wants to escalate before the final de-escalation begins. Is that what we are seeing in Turkey now?
I do not see that. I do not see that because, to be frank, it would appear that Russia overestimated its abilities, underestimated the resolve of Ukraine, underestimated the resolve of the Western world. Never in history have these kind of punitive sanctions been imposed. So, and their advance they are at crossroads. If they have to advance, they have to use massive air power. Russia has hitherto shown restraint despite all the propaganda. And I do not think that in this day and age to flatten Ukraine, to cause a bloodbath is something that Russia would want to do. So, and also when you set out to do something, you have a lot of objectives. Not all objectives are achieved. That's a fact of life.
Sure.
So after 34 days, you kind of sit down and do analysis and say, what have I achieved? Can I live with that?
Sure.
What they have managed to do is to degrade the infrastructure, military infrastructure of Ukraine, prevent Ukraine joining NATO, and create a buffer. And I think they have sent a very clear message that they will not allow Ukraine to be a part of NATO. Now, with all this, given the challenges, I think if they get a face saver, President Putin may want to settle, because the longer this conflict lasts, the more there will be the cost for Russia.
Yeah.
So I think this is a good basis. But as we have discussed, there is many a slip between the cup and the lip.
Okay, I want to bring in Alexandra back here. Now, the other big headline, of course, was that Ukraine and Russia, for the first time, actually have agreed to discuss the issues of Crimea and Donbass separately. How big a significant move do you think this is? Because this really had been one of the biggest friction points that we'd seen a month ago.
Yeah, our red lines for Ukraine, our territorial integrity and our sovereignty, which was stressed many times by the Ukrainian president. And of course, Crimea will remain a part of our territory. This is absolutely obvious, and this is not subject to any kind of discussions. The same holds true for the eastern part of Ukraine, which had been occupied by Russian troops. Of course, we need to withdraw Russian troops from Crimea and from the part of the territory of Donbass. I myself, I was a deputy head of Ukrainian delegation in the Trilateral Contact Group, and there is Minsk agreements, by the way. And one of the points of the Minsk agreements states that there should be total withdrawal of foreign troops and foreign weapons from the territory of Ukraine. And territory of Ukraine includes Crimea, of course. So Russia should withdraw its troops from Crimea.
Okay, so that still remains a big sticking point, and that's where the red line is being drawn by Ukrainians still. But I want to go back to Tatiana. Tatiana, I also want to understand, 1 month down the line, a lot has been spoken about the change of strategy of Putin. So today, when we are seeing what many are calling as the first signs of things thawing, that Ukrainian negotiators today have also said that there could be a possible meeting between Zelensky and Putin. Is there a growing realization within Russia and the Russian forces that the cost of the war for Russia itself will also be too high, and thus you have to come back to the negotiating table and give talks a final chance?
Well, first of all, let's begin with the essential part of the, and I do love the way that, my Ukrainian counterparts are talking about the fact that Crimea will always be part of Ukraine. Crimea has not been part of Ukraine for 8 years now, and it's not going back. I'm sorry, I grew up in Crimea. It has never been Ukrainian. Not a single person that I know from there has ever spoken Ukrainian. And that is just, again, a ridiculous part of the narrative that Kyiv has been pushing for, this whole time. Unfortunately, talking about occupation, I'm sorry, but in my house that I grew up in, that I spent all my childhood in, people actually signed up to patrol the streets when the referendum was happening. They voted for this. This is according to international right. This is a basic human right for a nation to self-determination. And that ship has sailed so long and so far that it's time to get ahead with the program, especially when your negotiators are offering to stop their, their claims for the Donbass region as well. That's kind of, it's just sad when you're still talking about the fact that Donbass will remain some sort of territorial integrity that, again, has not been the case for 8 years.
But answer the question that I was asking, which is that is there a growing realization within the Russian forces and Russian authorities on the ground that there is a big cost to the war for Russia itself, not just economically, but military-wise as well, and thus talks need to be given a fair chance?
First of all, I beg your pardon, but the numbers that you've been talking about, the numbers that are coming out of the Pentagon and out of Kiev have nothing to do with reality. And they probably will never be, first of all, can they be ever confirmed? Because, you're a journalist, you're a professional journalist. Have you ever seen such numbers without actual proof in pictures?
And that's why I said this earlier, right? Every information that's coming out needs to be taken with a pinch of salt. So I don't really know what the real numbers are. But I just ask, is there a growing sentiment within Russia and Russian forces on the ground that the war probably has been stretched too far? There is a big cost for Russia as well. And thus talks need to be given a fair and an honest chance.
Again, even in your question, there's already the editorialization of the issue. You're
absolutely not. This is a very fair question that I asked to the Ukrainian side as well.
It's a fair question for the Ukrainian side because unfortunately they're losing all of their, strongest guns on the ground, basically, because those Nazi battalions that we've been talking about this whole time, well, over the weekend, there was some quite spectacular videos that made it out even into the West, with soldiers from those Nazi battalions torturing captured, their prisoners, shooting them in legs and etc. These videos are doing exactly the opposite. They're, literally bonding the nation behind our president, first of all. And second of all, you'd have to confirm those big losses for them to have any sort of impact. We have our numbers. Kiev obviously has numbers that they're taking out from some, I don't know.
But also to be fair, Tatiana, we've pretty much seen the Russian forces being stalled at least over the last 1 week to 10 days. So that's, of course, raising that question that has there been a change in strategy and thus these talks become even more important. But I'll request you to stay on with us. I want to go back to Dr. Rao. Dr. Rao, what do you see as the way forward now? 6th round of talks for the first time. We're hearing of issues that were the biggest bone of contention. We're possibly seeing a sense of de-escalation on the ground. But what do you really think will be the turning point to ensure that the war ends now?
Well, yes, a couple of points I'd like to, make. One is that, yes, the war is really costing Russia a lot of money. Okay, and if you go by certain estimates, it's costing Russia, a good, $10 to $15 billion every single day. So it's a very, very expensive war to fight. Russian economy is in no, way set to kind of handle these costs because, they've been building their foreign reserves, but that's more to sort of fight off or counter the impact of the sanctions, but not just to, keep funding this 1 month long war. So obviously this is one of the telltale signs of why Russia is also ready for negotiation. That's one. B, the power of narrative. You see, the power of narrative is something that cannot be like what our Russian colleague was saying, that obviously, we do not have Russian sources confirming it, but there are inferences which are drawn, which are very valid. For example, let me just give an example of the issue of conscripts. Now, in Russia, there is a law that states that conscripts will not be sent to outside of the Russian border. They would be only deployed domestically. But in the case of the Ukrainian war, we saw that it were the conscripts who were sent, to the forefront, and that the conscripts, who landed up being captured, and all those videos were made viral, etc. So all I'm saying is that there have been misjudgments, there have been errors on the part of Russian strategy. And now as to where is it going? See, obviously the economy and the economic cost is where all this will hinge from. The fact that the European Union continues to buy oil and gas from Russia definitely gives leverage to Russia. This is about $755 million every single day of trade, which is happening, which is not going away in foreseeable future. That's one. B, I also know that I also am of the opinion that, Ukraine is going to settle for neutrality. Now, whether they go in for a constitutional amendment for the same or not is something that we will have to see. Okay, that depends on how far Putin is willing to push them. Okay, the third thing, like I already said, is that all this guarantee and all that stuff is, way too frivolous right now because it is very unrealistic. And fourth, we will really see in a more global sense, we will see how the geo-economic alliances shift with respect to controlling the price of the oil. So we see the Iran nuclear deal back on table. We see USA talking to Venezuela. So those are very important things that I'm personally, interested in looking at.
Okay, so as we said, possibly there has been some progress that has been made, but it's still a long way to go to actually see all these discussions actually materialize in actions on the ground. I'd like to thank my guests. We leave the conversation there. We also now want to shift our focus to the other end of the spectrum, which is the impact on India and what we could see in the days to come. Now, the reason we're saying this is because of this. With the war having entered its second month, India is beginning to feel the economic impact. There is a rising crude oil prices, increasing sanctions by the West, and a deteriorating ruble as well. With the Foreign Minister of Russia expected to visit India as per sources, one key area of focus will be the rupee-ruble mechanism. Remember, India has been working on an alternative rupee-ruble payment arrangement with Russia to continue trade with its strategic partner. Now, the mechanism, which is expected to come in this week, will help Indian exporters continue their business with Russia despite the sanctions imposed by the West, restricting international payment mechanisms. The rupee-ruble trade is a payment mechanism by which Indian exporters will get paid in the local currency for their exports to Russia instead of the dollar or the euro, which is the standard international currency. How will this essentially work? Now, for this to work, a Russian bank will need to open an account in an Indian location, and an Indian bank will have to set up their account in Russia. Both the countries will agree to hold a specified amount in the local currencies in the two accounts. Both countries will then have to agree on the exchange value and will also have a notional value of equivalence, most likely in either a euro or dollar, to which the value of the Indian and Russian currencies will be pegged. Once this entire mechanism is set, exporters can engage in trade from both countries. But is it as simple as it sounds, or are there real challenges and hurdles? To discuss all of this, I have with me Dr. Ajay Sai. He's the Director General and CEO of FIEO. Dr. Sai, always a pleasure talking to you. Good evening. Thank you for taking our time. Now, this is very important from an India perspective. We understand that India is working on a rupee-ruble payment mechanism. If you could just talk to our viewers, what is this mechanism and what will be the benefits for India?
In fact, let me clarify, there are a couple of options which has been given by us. One of them is, of course, trading in local currencies where Indian exporter will be invoicing in rupee, and whereas the Russian exporter will be invoicing in ruble. And what we will be doing that whenever we export in rupee, probably Russian bank, if they have corresponding relation in India or they have branch in India, they will pay to the Indian exporter in rupee, and we will pay to their importer in ruble. The problem with this mechanism is that as of now, we can look into the banks which are under non-sanction. But tomorrow, we don't know whether the sanction will come on those banks or not. So alternatively, we have also pushed the proposal that the entire trade can happen in Indian rupees so that Indian importers pays in Indian rupees, Indian exporter gets paid in Indian rupee. And since the balance of trade is in favor of Russia, whatever rupee remains at any given exchange rate, which may be decided between the two banks in any given currency, it may be remitted back to Russia. So on the one hand, there is a proposal of rupee-ruble trade. On the other hand, there is also a proposal which has been forwarded by us to deal with Russia in Indian rupees, because we are not sure in which way the sanction will be further strengthened or they will further soften.
So this is important to understand that the biggest problem hurdle today is that we don't know which banks could further come under sanctions, because currently the banks that are being looked into are not under sanctions. Okay, fair enough. The other aspect that I want to understand is, and if I understand this correctly, For this mechanism to work, you will have to have a Russian bank opening an account in India and then vis-a-vis the same with the Indian bank being set up in Russia. How will this further work? Will we have state-run banks that will be engaged in the trade? And could you also talk to us about the kind of meetings which are already taking place with the central bank and other holders here?
No, in fact, what will happen, it will be a kind of swap mechanism where the Indian rupee will be with the Indian bank and ruble will be with the Russian banks, and both sides will be making payment to their exporter depending on what kind of documentations are required, what kind of certification is required. And we have dealt with this kind of mechanism in the past also. Okay. I'm not sure what exactly is the development at the government end, because please bear in mind that as a business organization, we are propagating it in the interest of the business. And that's why we may have a little myopic view. Government has to look into this issue from a strategic point of view. And that's why I think there may be a little more time which may be involved in deciding this issue.
Okay, so it looks like that these discussions are on, but it could take a while before all of this to come into place and the implementation might not be so easy. But I also want to understand, as far as this mechanism is concerned, that if both the countries will agree to a specific amount in local currencies in the two accounts, then what really happens as far as the exchange value is concerned? And the reason that I'm asking this is because we've seen massive volatility as far as the ruble is concerned.
No, in fact, exchange rate will be definitely an issue. And that's why either we decide on the frequency of exchange rate, whether exchange rate will be decided between the two banks on a weekly basis or on a fortnightly basis or monthly basis or daily basis. The fact is that the ruble has definitely bounced back. It is a little more stable. It has come down to as low roughly 120 ruble to a dollar. It has now moved to around 100 to a dollar. And once ruble stabilizes, I think even if we look into a frequency of deciding the exchange rate on a weekly basis, to a large extent, the interest of exporter and importer on the both sides could be solved.
So then the other big question is, and this will be of interest to a lot of exporters, which all sectors can be included in this mechanism?
In fact, I think I'm not sure of that. As of now, we are talking about the sectors which are not under the sanction list, and that's why the focus is definitely on agriculture, food process sector, pharmaceutical, medical and diagnostic equipment, and energy, because if you look into the OFAC sanction, these three sectors are not under the sanction category.
So, Dr. Sai, lastly, as you were also pointing out that these talks are on, I want to understand how easy or difficult then the implementation will be.
No, I will definitely say that it is not a normal situation which we are dealing, and that's why we are working out something which can serve our trade interest. But since we have in the past dealt with the US sanction, particularly in respect of Iran, we have mechanism in place. There are Indian banks who have dealt with this kind of problem, and I'm pretty sure they are much experienced to deal with this kind of problem now also.
Okay, we leave that conversation there. We appreciate you taking our time and joining us here and helping us understand what this rupee-ruble mechanism really will look like. Talks currently on, the central bank also holding meetings with other banks and stakeholders. We'll of course keep tracking all these developments, but we're slipping into a very short break.
15,000 Russian troops may have already died on the battlefield, that they're having trouble with supplies, that they're losing precision weapons, that they've been unable to take control of the skies. And this is significant when you're looking at the fact that Russia is a military superpower and Ukraine is supposed to be much smaller, much less equipped, much less funded than, of course, the Russian military. But at the same time, Ukraine has, of course, been bolstered by its allies. It's been given Turkish drones. It's been given anti-tank systems by Western friends. It's been given thousands of missiles by the United States. And they're going to continue to feed and fund that counteroffensive that Ukrainian officials tell us has been successful in gaining back some ground, in clawing back some territory. But again, these gains are not solidified. So what you're looking at more and more here is a war of attrition, where the fault lines, if you will, may shift and move a little bit, but not significantly. But caught in the middle of that, of course, are civilians. So you hear this word stalemate thrown around sometimes, but this is not a stalemate in the sense that bombs, bullets, artillery will keep flying with families caught between them.
All right, Salma Abdulaziz, for the moment, thanks very much for joining us from Lviv in western Ukraine. Meanwhile, shifting focus to India, where Prime Minister Modi has had several phone calls, both with Russian President Vladimir Putin as well as Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. But for the first time since this war began, one of Mr. Putin's closest aides and the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov will be in Delhi this week. Now, Lavrov's visit comes just months after Mr. Putin himself was here back in December for the annual summit. But the circumstances are very, very different now, as the US and European allies increase pressure to try and isolate Russia. Sending his top minister is being seen as a move by Putin to reach out to India. But it could also mean that he's looking at Delhi as a mediator in this war. It will not be the first time, though. Remember, Turkey has chosen not to apply Western sanctions imposed on Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. At the start of this war, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, he condemned Russia's actions, but later he toned down on the rhetoric. Turkey, remember, is a full-fledged member of NATO, but it also buys Russian weapons, and now it's hosting both Ukraine as well as Russia. Turkey is struggling to revive its economy. It needs peace to be given a chance, which is why Erdogan, much like others, is also sitting on the fence and trying to be an impartial mediator. Remember, the talks are going to happen in Istanbul. Meanwhile, it's not just Turkey. There's also Israel, in particular, Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, who's been in power just for a few months, but he's had a surprise visit to Moscow earlier this month. He's already assuming the role of an unlikely mediator. He's the only Western leader to have met Putin during this month-long war. Now, Israel is one of the few countries that has a good working relationship both with Kiev as well as with Moscow. But Israel's ties with Russia are of greater strategic importance. Remember, Israel relies heavily on Russia for security coordination, intelligence coordination in the ongoing war that's happening in Syria. Russia is also among the powers that are negotiating with Iran over its nuclear program. Israel feels the world is letting Iran get away lightly, and Russia is helping prevent that. Which is why, even though Naftali Bennett has reportedly expressed support for the people of Ukraine, and let's not forget, Vladimir Zelensky is a Jew. Ukraine is home to more than 200,000 Jews. That is not a fact that's lost on Israel. Yet at the same time, the Prime Minister of Israel has stopped short of condemning Russia's invasion.
As for the war in Ukraine, Israel stands firm with the people of Ukraine and is going to continue our effort to help reduce the suffering and end the bloodshed. I'm proud of what Israel is doing. And of course, we're doing what we can when asked to contribute to the efforts to end this war. We do this while maintaining close coordination with the United States and with our European partners.
Which brings us back to the question of India's role in this conflict. So far, India's stand has been neutral. There's no outright condemnation of Russia's invasion and no clear support either. India abstained from voting against Russia at least 5 times at the United Nations, both in the Security Council and in the General Assembly. But New Delhi has also not voted, abstained in fact, from 2 motions that were moved by Russia. So clearly saying that it's not backing Russia either in this war. Unlike its Western allies, India is also gearing up to purchase more Russian oil at a discounted price, one of the prime reasons why Lavrov is going to be here this week. Also remember, India hosts the G20 summit next year, and India is unlikely to support any move of ousting Russia from the group of 20 nations. Through its actions and its statements, India is also making it clear that NATO and Russia can resolve this issue through dialogue. But New Delhi's neutrality can also be viewed as a tilt towards Russia. Is there merit in that assumption? After
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. We now want to shift our focus to the aviation space. Now, on the 27th of March, India officially lifted the ban on international flights. First imposed on the 19th of March 2020, airlines have been forced to operate under travel bubbles through the pandemic, which meant it only allowed flights to select destinations that India signed these reciprocal agreements with. This meant dozens of countries and airlines were locked out of the market, leaving passengers with lesser choices and higher ticket prices. Now, carriers have been announcing plans to rapidly increase their flights. Indigo will lead the charge with 505 weekly flights flying to over a dozen countries. Air India, which saw the biggest overall capacity increase this year, is flying 360 weekly flights. Foreign airlines received 1,783 weekly flights, but over a whopping 60 carriers. Emirates also remains the firm leader with 170 flights. We now want to understand as far as the plans for Indigo are concerned, especially from a consumer perspective, that once now we are seeing this resumption of international flights, will the airfares for people like me and you come down? To talk about all of this and much more, I have the Chief Commercial Officer at Indigo, Willie Bolter, now joining us. Willie, it's always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you for taking our time and joining us here at CNN News 18. It has been a long wait for almost over 2 years, after which we finally seen commercial flights beginning and resuming their operations. I want to go back in time a little bit before I talk about the future plans. The impact had not been easy for anyone. I want to understand the impact of the suspension of flights to the sector, but specifically to Indigo as well.
Well, definitely it was something unprecedented in the airline business, and quite a shock to all airlines, I think. But of course, there were bigger things afoot at the time, and the health of the nation has to come first. So for Indigo, we were fortunate in that we came into this crisis with a pretty good balance sheet, and we had financial strength behind us. Which helped us get through the very difficult first year of COVID in 2020 and then 2021. And we were delighted that we were able to report a profit after many quarters of losses at the end of 2021.
So as you were rightly pointing out that Indigo understandably was relatively in a better position than others, now that we are seeing commercial international flights begin and resume operations once again, I want to understand from a consumer perspective, how many more routes will be added? Will we see an addition of destinations as well?
Yes, indeed. Well, we're absolutely thrilled with the opening of international operations, effective the summer season. Which started on Sunday, and we're operating to around 15 international points. Now, some of these, of course, we had served through the COVID period with charters and with some ad hoc flights, Vande Bharat to some extent. So they're not all sort of new, refreshed destinations, as it were. But a couple I might mention, Thailand, we're very happy to be going back to Thailand, to Bangkok and to Phuket. And also Kuala Lumpur, we will start next month, and then going forward, Istanbul in June. So we have about 15 on the immediate roster with those 3 to come shortly. And then we hope that the demand obviously will catch up and will operate with good load factors to these points. it is in a phased manner, and we've been quite deliberate about that.
Sure.
But we do sense that there is a lot of demand for international travel now, both from the leisure sector and indeed the corporate sector is improving as we speak. And, we're cautiously optimistic about the next few months.
Willie, now to the biggest question, which is on everybody's mind, that will airfares actually be reduced? Will they come down? Or will there be a big impact in prices because of the Russia-Ukraine war?
Yes, of course, this is the big question. I'd like to answer it maybe in two sections. I mean, first of all, just looking at the European and the North American services, where we don't operate as Indigo because it requires wide-bodied airplanes. So we're not participating, but the fares on those sectors did go up to very high levels through the COVID period because there was a limited supply of seats. With the foreign carriers coming back in full force and the Indian airlines who have that equipment being able to fly to Europe and North America, I'm confident that you'll see the fares come down, which is obviously great news for consumers. Turning to our own markets in Southeast Asia and in the Gulf, we operate obviously Istanbul, I mentioned, that's the furthest west that we go. And then into Thailand, KL, and Singapore to the east. I think it's too early to tell exactly where the fares will lie. I mean, every route has a different demand and supply balance, and the competitive situation is frequently different on a route-by-route basis. So we'll have to see. But I'm confident that the customer will get a great choice of airlines, and it's fantastic to see the skies opening up on the international sectors again.
Absolutely no denying the fact that it's absolutely brilliant news to see sectors reopening, and for the consumer also it has been a long wait. So possibly will we see some sort of revenge tourism now? But I want to go back to the demand aspect that you were talking. If you could give us some numbers that you're seeing. Are you seeing pre-COVID level numbers both domestically as well as internationally?
Well, domestically, I can say that we are back to the operation or the capacity that we were operating pre-COVID. And indeed, we've extended the number of destinations within India that we fly to and the number of routes that we've added between those destinations. So we added the 72nd and 73rd destinations recently. And we've started routes like Mangalore, Pune, or Indore to Jammu, which was inaugurated by the minister yesterday. And we're more and more focusing on not just the metros, but the other smaller cities. And so far, demand has been promising, and we're quite content with where it is. Moving on to the international side, again, we are pretty pleased, and obviously things will play out.
Sure.
We've only just started the routes again, started accepting bookings, so we'll see where we go. But I'm confident that there is some element of so-called revenge tourism or revenge travel. People have got frustrated staying at home for the last 2 years largely, and I think that there will be good demand, not just from the corporate and student sectors and the visiting friends and relatives, but the real leisure sector. And that's what we're focused on and looking forward to.
Willie, lastly, I also want to understand from you, as far as the entire aviation space in India is concerned, is usually a very competitive space. But I want to understand, where do you see Indigo being positioned? And the reason that I'm asking is because we do have a new airline coming up. We have Akasa coming up, which is backed by ace investor Rakesh Jhunjhunwala. We're also going to see Jet Airways 2.0, that's being repositioned as well. So with these new airlines coming in, Air India also getting a new lease of life, where do you see Indigo being positioned now?
Well, I mean, India is always a very competitive aviation market and has been for the 15 years of Indigo's existence. And you've seen airlines come and go within that. So we don't really focus much on the competition. Obviously, it's a factor, but we're concentrating on operating our 275 aircraft that we have now, and clearly we are the market leader in terms of size, and we think we've got a very good model in terms of fantastic operations performance, on-time performance, driven by our very talented operations team across cabin crew, flight crew, airport operations, and so on. And also hassle-free service. Through the pandemic, we've tried to improve the service that we're giving to our customers. And then thirdly, of course, the affordable fares that we offer. So I think, the Indigo model is a very, very strong one. And as I mentioned, it has done very well over the last 15 years. And whatever the competition throws at it, they will be hard pressed, I think, to match the professionalism and the quality that we deliver at the affordable fares that the customer enjoys. So we face the future with a lot of confidence, and immediately with cautious optimism that adding back the international services will be beneficial to us.
Okay, we leave the conversation there. Willie, always a pleasure talking to you. Well, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of News Epicenter. We're slipping into a very short break. Thanks for watching.
May shift and move a little bit, but not significantly. But caught in the middle of that, of course, are civilians. So you hear this word stalemate thrown around sometimes, but this is not a stalemate in the sense that bombs, bullets, artillery will keep flying with families caught between them.
All right, Salma Abdulaziz, for the moment, thanks very much for joining us from Lviv in western Ukraine. Meanwhile, shifting focus to India, where Prime Minister Modi has had several phone calls, both with Russian President Vladimir Putin as well as Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. But for the first time since this war began, one of Mr. Putin's closest aides and the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov will be in Delhi this week. Now, Lavrov's visit comes just months after Mr. Putin himself was here back in December for the annual summit. But the circumstances are very, very different now, as the US and European allies increase pressure to try and isolate Russia. Sending his top minister is being seen as a move by Putin to reach out to India. But it could also mean that he's looking at Delhi as a mediator in this war. It will not be the first time, though. Remember, Turkey has chosen not to apply Western sanctions imposed on Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. At the start of this war, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, he condemned Russia's actions, but later he toned down on the rhetoric. Turkey, remember, is a full-fledged member of NATO, but it also buys Russian weapons, and now it's hosting both Ukraine as well as Russia. Turkey is struggling to revive its economy. It needs peace to be given a chance, which is why Erdogan, much like others, is also sitting on the fence and trying to be an impartial mediator. Remember, the talks are going to happen in Istanbul. Meanwhile, it's not just Turkey. There's also Israel, in particular, Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, who's been in power just for a few months, but he's had a surprise visit to Moscow earlier this month. He's already assuming the role of an unlikely mediator. He's the only Western leader to have met Putin during this month-long war. Now, Israel is one of the few countries that has a good working relationship both with Kiev as well as with Moscow. But Israel's ties with Russia are of greater strategic importance. Remember, Israel relies heavily on Russia for security coordination, intelligence coordination in the ongoing war that's happening in Syria. Russia is also among the powers that are negotiating with Iran over its nuclear program. Israel feels the world is letting Iran get away lightly, and Russia is helping prevent that. Which is why, even though Naftali Bennett has reportedly expressed support for the people of Ukraine, and let's not forget, Vladimir Zelensky is a Jew. Ukraine is home to more than 200,000 Jews. That is not a fact that's lost on Israel. Yet at the same time, the Prime Minister of Israel has stopped short of condemning Russia's invasion.
As for the war in Ukraine, Israel stands firm with the people of Ukraine and is going to continue our effort to help reduce the suffering and end the bloodshed. I'm proud of what Israel is doing. And of course, we're doing what we can when asked to contribute to the efforts to end this war. We do this while maintaining close coordination with the United States and with our European partners.
Which brings us back to the question of India's role in this conflict. So far, India's stand has been neutral. There's no outright condemnation of Russia's invasion and no clear support either. India abstained from voting against Russia at least 5 times at the United Nations, both in the Security Council and in the General Assembly. But New Delhi has also not voted, abstained in fact, from 2 motions that were moved by Russia. So clearly saying that it's not backing Russia either in this war. Unlike its Western allies, India is also gearing up to purchase more Russian oil at a discounted price, one of the prime reasons why Lavrov is going to be here this week. Also remember, India hosts the G20 summit next year, and India is unlikely to support any move of ousting Russia from the group of 20 nations. Through its actions and its statements, India is also making it clear that NATO and Russia can resolve this issue through dialogue. But New Delhi's neutrality can also be viewed as a tilt towards Russia. Is there merit in that assumption? After all, India and Russia are quote-unquote brothers in arms. Nearly 86%, think about that for a second, 86% of India's weapons are of Russian origin. India has placed orders for several batteries of the S-400 missile defense system, said to be one of the best in the world. It's also in talks now for further purchase of the S-500 Prometheus systems as well. There are also collaborations with Russia to manufacture nuclear submarines and also fighter aircraft. Much of India's air fleet, fighter jet air fleet, is Russian made. And to put things in
Namaste. This Tipu debate, political debate, ladies and gentlemen, has got me thinking. And tonight, as I welcome you in this edition of The Right Stand, I'm forced to ask ourselves, India mein kya rakha hai? Let us at the first opportunity leave the country or send our children abroad. Is this something that's been fed into us? We need to really consider whether we as a nation have been brainwashed to be apologetic about our history, about who we are, where we come from. Author Neeraj Atri's challenge set me thinking. He said that there are 12 NCERT books on history, and find out one line that truly celebrates, heralds our culture, tradition, heritage. He says that challenge is still open. They have not been able to find that line. I urge you to look for it. Largely, ladies and gentlemen, we've been conditioned to be apologetic and somewhat ashamed of who we are. Somewhere it's been ingrained into us that India deserved to be invaded. Bharatwasis deserve to be butchered, converted, changed because what they were following was wrong. Somewhere it's been told to us that you deserve to be culled. Kush. That's why Hindu Kush still stands as a mountain range. Unlike the Japanese, Chinese, British, French, and even the Pakistanis, who've been brainwashed to think that there is nobody better than them. Think about it. Could it have happened without a deeper design? Churchill had said that the future conquest will be of the mind. Are we already captive then? And with that perspective, let us ask, Tipu Sultan, hero or villain? Freedom fighter or power-hungry monarch? Tolerant, compassionate, or a merciless bigot? Let us try and understand it from Tipu's words itself. I will read out some excerpts from Tipu's correspondence reviewed by the noted historian K.M. Panikarji in Basha Posini magazine in August 1923. These are out there across various media platforms. I've just pulled that out for us to get some perspective. Letter dated 22nd of March 1788 to Abdul Qadir. And here's what he writes in Persian. Over 12,000 Hindus were honored with Islam. There were many Nambudri Brahmins among them. This achievement should be widely publicized among the Hindus. Then the local Hindus should be brought before you and converted to Islam. No Nambudri Brahmin should be spared. Letter dated 14 December 1788 to his army chief in Calicut or Kozhikode. I am sending 2 of my followers with Mir Hussain Ali. With their assistance, you should capture and kill all Hindus. Those below 20 may be kept in prison and 5,000 from the rest should be killed from the treetops. These are my orders. Letter dated 18th of January 1790 to Sayyid Abdul Dulai. Almost all Hindus in Calicut are converted to Islam. I consider this as jihad. In 1923, this was published in 1923. There was no raging debate on Tipu Sultan between two political parties. Yes, we were in the throes of the Khilafat movement then and also in the aftermath of the Mopla massacre of Hindus. There is more. Fra Bartolomeo, a Portuguese traveler who happened to be in the vicinity of Tipu's campaign in 1790, writes in a voyage to the East Indies. Tipu was riding on an elephant behind which another army of 30,000 soldiers followed. Most of the men and women were hanged in Calicut. First, mothers were hanged with their children tied to the necks of the mothers. And he wanted to replace, Tipu wanted to replace Kannada with Persian and make it the official language of the Mysore Rajya, that is much of today's Karnataka. Dr. Suryanath Kamath, chairman of the Karnataka Itihasa Academy, quotes a book written by historian Kirmani, Tipu's contemporary, to indicate that Tipu passed an order in 1792 making Persian the official language in place of Kannada. This is published in the Deccan Herald on the 22nd of September 2006. Let me ask you, ladies and gentlemen, did our history books teach us this? How many of us know this? So why idolize a monarch, a bigot like Tipu? Why call him Shere Mysore and a freedom fighter? He fought the British, no doubt, but to save his kingdom, not for Mahabharati. Why idolize a butcher? Burnt down entire towns. That's what he did. This man, Tipu Sultan, burnt down entire towns and villages in Coorg, ravaged the Kodavas, brutally killed thousands of them, forcibly converted 40,000 Coorgs to Islam, raised severed heads of Brahmins as a warning to Hindus during the Mangalore siege, hung them from treetops, severed heads, mass hangings in Calicut, mothers killed with children, elephant torture was meted out. They were tied to the legs of elephants and dragged, if not trampled. 33,000 plus Christians were circumcised and then inducted into his army, and he boasted about it in his own autobiography. Hindus, Christians tied to elephants' legs. Should such a man be celebrated, or should such a man? I leave it to you to decide, ladies and gentlemen, what should be done. At least the facts. Should we not know history as it is, as a commentary, as author Vikram Sampath says? And leave it for us to decide whether we want to hail somebody as a monarch, as a freedom fighter, or look at that man with disgust and say, what a butcher, what a bigot. B.C. Nagesh, the education minister of Karnataka, says that MLAs from Kodava or from Coorg, Kodava MLAs, are now saying either put out all the facts about Tipu in your books or remove Tipu Sultan altogether. Listen in.
Certain demands coming in from your party MLAs saying just de-glorifying Tipu is not enough, drop Tipu Sultan chapters completely. How does the government view it, sir?
Our honorable MLA from Madkeri, Mr. Appachu Ranjan, he is also an ex-minister. He has given me a proposal. For him, what he is saying is that one side of glorifying Tipu and not telling what he has done on the people of Mysore, Coorg, etc. is not proper. The proof is the personal letter written by the Tipu to the British government then, and the correspondence taken between the rulers and the Tipu. According to him, the people of Madikeri has suffered like anything and under the Tipu rule. So I said that whatever he has given will be given to the committee.
So we ask tonight, the Tipu reality, is it mere glorification that was done for politics? This politics of appeasement, ladies and gentlemen, that has also made us devoid of our history, distanced us from our roots, and made us ashamed of a proud nation and culture that we should be boasting of to the rest of the world. And is it time to set it all correct, set the narrative right? And with those who are wanting to do it with the truest of the intentions. Let's go across to our guest this evening, Malvika Avinash of the BJP, Sanket Yanagi, Karnataka Congress spokesperson, Dushyant Sridhar, Vedic speaker, writer and also filmmaker. He's directed a film in Sanskrit, Shakuntalam, and Abhishek Banerjee, columnist. Abhishek Banerjee, let me ask you, did you know the facts that I was talking about? I didn't know. I'll be very honest, I didn't know.
Yeah, so Anand, I think the Congress and much of the secular lobby, they are just not used to being out of power for an extended period. Till now, they used to hold the power, so they wrote down our history as part of a narrative that suited them. They created this myth of a Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb, and the myth of Tipu Sultan was also part of this exact narrative. Now, of course, this is being questioned more and more. Like you explained, what happened in Kurg, the way he tried to replace Kannada with Persian. I actually came to know that very recently only. But that is well documented, and more important, more galling than that in some sense, is this idea of Tipu Sultan as some kind of freedom fighter. At that time, it was just the British Empire fighting with the French colonial empire, and Tipu just happened to be an ally of the French rather than the British. So what happened in the 1780s? If we look at the history, it's really quite simple. Britain had just lost possession of its North American colonies. In fact, General Cornwallis, who lost to the Americans in Yorktown, he became the Governor General of India, and he fought with, Tipu Sultan in the Anglo-Mysore War. And after Napoleon Bonaparte took over Egypt and Syria, he was planning to move on India. So it just so happened that, the British managed to colonize India and not the French. If the French had colonized India, then we would see Tipu Sultan as one of the oppressors. And it's just because the French lost and the British won, that's why now, because, at some point he was against the British, so now suddenly we treat Tipu Sultan as some kind of freedom fighter. So this narrative of Tipu as a freedom fighter is absolutely bogus. He is a medieval barbaric ruler, very, very much in the mold of the Mughal emperor and many other such dynasties which carried out atrocities and forced religious conversions among people. So there is absolutely no reason to idolize this individual. He is a ruler of the Mysore state and that period, and he has carried out several atrocities. He was an ally of certain colonial powers trying to conquer India, and that's about it. That's just the fact.
Sanket Yanagi?
Yes, before I could put forth my views, my request is that I must be allowed to completely put forth my views. I should not be cut short. Firstly,
is that a request, or are you trying to say this is my order? That's how it will be, Mr. Yanagi.
It is a request.
Oh, please go ahead.
It is a request. Firstly, we are in 2022. We are discussing about what happened in 18th century. Whether are we fair to ourselves? That is the first question we need to ask here. Second, the real issues as on today are unemployment, price rise, so on, so forth. The industrial sector is suffering, the laborers are suffering. Post-corona, there have been many sufferings. The government is not in a position to help them. Farmers are suffering. So, sufferings are the part and parcel of today's BJP rule in Karnataka. So, are we trying to go away from these discussions and trying to say something? Is it a narrative of the BJP in the state of Karnataka to discuss one after another pertaining to the one community? So if we ask this question, today's generation is laughing at us, saying that, so one side, a political party trying to gain some basis here in order to cover up its lapses and lacunas in the administration. In other way, the narrative has been set by a political party, one after another, targeting one particular community instead of targeting on a development. What is the developmental agenda? If we ask ourselves the question, removing a chapter from Tipu Sultan, is it a developmental agenda? Is it something we are giving an employment to the people? Are we creating some jobs to the people so that they can earn their livelihood?
This is a debate, humbly,
No.
sir. I'm just going to ask you that this is a debate and not a monologue. So if you are,
No,
if you are
it is
willing
not
to
so.
yield,
So
if
that
you are
is why
willing
I
to
would
yield,
say-
I have given you 2.5 minutes at the time to make your remark, and you are saying that the BJP is politicizing. Let me ask you, Mr. Sanket Yanagi, before I bring in Malvika Avinash to respond to what you are saying and the point. Do you know what was the contribution of India to the world's GDP at the start of the 20th century? Do you know the total amount of money? No. Do you know the total amount of money that was looted, plundered, and carted away by the British by building railway tracks right through the interiors of the place that you are sitting in today? That is Karnataka, the state that you are that we are so proud of.
Can I answer this question?
Yeah.
So firstly, if we are talking about the GDP, we have entire data available before us, which would say what was the GDP before 2014 and what is the GDP post 2014.
My point is, sir.
One minute, please allow me to complete.
My point is, sir, I asked you a question about our history. Should we not know about our history?
No, is it going to help the today's generation?
Is it not?
My question to
Is it
myself
not?
and others.
Is it not? Is it not? Then why teach if she do not know how to need to know about our history? Then why teach about Gandhi?
The real issue
why
today,
teach about Sardar Patel? Why have history as a subject at all? And if you have history as a subject as part of our curriculum, and if there are people who have made their careers in politics after studying history in colleges and doing their theses in history, sir, if there is a concerted attempt to have an education ministry which will be controlled by certain people who will alter the way history is taught, history is read, and history is published, right since our independence, sir, then there is an agenda that should be questioned, which is also part of the politics. So don't today make it only about development and about today and try to be holier than thou, when all of this has been done as a concerted, deliberate agenda, where history was altered, history was also evened, and history was also quote-unquote secularized, Mr. Yanagi. But you've made a political charge at the BJP, so let the BJP answer your questions, where you have said that because the BJP cannot answer some tough questions of today, Malvika Avinash, you are raking up issues of yesterday or the past so that you can gloss over the present. That's the straight, plain charge of the Congress at you. Go ahead, please.
You see, our future and present can be built only if we know what our history was and real history was. First and foremost, Nehruvian cronies in this country for the last 60-odd years that Congress was in power have distorted, misinterpreted, and miscommunicated the history of this country to suit their politics. Now, when the Congress is faced with that reality of their wrongdoing for 60 years, they want to duck and talk something else. I urge the Congress spokesman to stare reality in its face and respond. Tipu Sultan was the Aurangzeb of South India. He was no tiger, he was a tyrant. He killed, he massacred, he converted, he was a jihadi. What's worse, he attempted in killing our language, which is Kannada, and perhaps Karnataka is the only state where Muslims do not speak Kannada. You take Muslims of any other part of this country, they speak the local language. It is in Karnataka where Muslims were made to believe that Urdu is their language, Persian is their language, and Kannada is not. And who's responsible for that? Tipu Sultan. You speak of Raliv, Shaliv, Galiv from Kashmir. I am telling you, Raliv and Galiv happened in Karnataka. There was no means of leaving. People had to be converted or massacred. This was Tipu.
So then, why is it that former BJP chief minister has been accused of being part of a Tipu Jayanti? The BJP in the past never objected when it has been in power in Karnataka. That it will alter and it has never made a petition that the history courses should be changed. The BJP in the past, there are leaders in the past who have said that Tipu Sultan is a freedom fighter who are leaning towards the current disposition.
No, I'm sorry.
So everybody is waking up today to Tipu Sultan's reality.
No, it's not today. The committee was set up by us. The textbook committee was set up by the BJP, not by the Congress party. In fact, it was the Congress party which began Tipu Jayanti in 2016. When was this state formed? And why did Siddaramaiah choose to start Tipu Jayanti in 2016? Because it suited his politics. And Siddaramaiah is not just accused of starting Tipu Jayanti, celebrating a tyrant who killed, who burnt, who massacred, who converted not just Hindus.
No, but these aspects of Tipu Sultan have been taught in our textbooks for the last at least 2.5 decades, ma'am. So at that time, the BJP never made an effort to try and change these. So why are you waking up to it now?
Change the textbook when we are not in power. You expect us to change
No, you never raised a protest. You've never filed petitions in the Supreme Court. You've never said, you've never got a...
Who set up the textbook committee which is now urging the government to change the textbook? Can you please tell me that? Is it the Congress party? Is it Mr. Siddaramaiah? Or is it his Nehruian predecessors? Can you please tell me who set it up?
Sanket Yanagi wants to respond. Sanket Yanagi.
Who banned Tipu Jayanti? It was Yadurappa.
The former Mangalore and Goa University Vice Chancellor, Mr. Sheikh Ali, wrote a book on Tipu Sultan, for which Jagdish Shettar, the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, had written a foreword praising the ruler and his valor. And now, before that, I would again say that the former Chief Minister, Yadurappa, also wore the attire of Tipu Sultan and celebrated the Tipu Jayanti when he was a part of the KJP. Were they not aware of it? When there was a presidential address before the joint sessions of the Parliament, state legislature, the President, the Honorable President of India, on the floor of the House, addressing the joint session, praised Tipu Sultan and his services for the nation. And as if, so are we directly or indirectly inserting the presidential address?
Why don't you apologize to the country for lying for 70 years? Why don't you apologize on behalf of Congress?
So the question is entirely different. It is the political narrative set by the BJP to cover up.
No, let me ask before I bring in Dushan. Yeah. No, one minute. No, Mr. Sanket Yanagi, let me ask you. If Tipu Sultan, if you learnt in your school, let me ask you this, Sanket ji, before I bring in Dushan Sekdar. If you learnt in your school textbooks that Tipu Sultan circumcised 33,000 Christians and forcibly inducted converted them to Islam and inducted them into his army. He massacred more than 40,000 Kodavas and hugged the women and children from trees. He destroyed the temples totally.
I would answer it.
Had you read this in your textbook, would you have celebrated Tipu Jayanti? Would you have called him a freedom fighter?
Can I answer this question?
Ji.
When there was a joint session addressed by the President of India, and that too when the BJP was in power, and BJP is in power, the Honorable President of India has praised about Tipu Sultan and his contribution to the nation.
No, one minute. What is my question? My question is.
Insofar as the other part which you are pointing out.
Yeah.
Let me come back to that.
Ji.
So far, if it is a part of the history, 1 minute. 1 minute. If it is a part, why would I apologize? Why would it is as if the President of India has to apologize for his address.
Sanket, my question was very straightforward. My question is to you.
If it is so done,
my question is to you and to every viewer who's watching. I asked you the same question. If you knew that he butchered 40,000 Kodavas and he destroyed the temples in Kurk, along with massacring and converting everybody in Calicut into Islam, and either massacring them or converting them, would you celebrate Tipu Jayanti is a question I asked you. Yes or no is a simple answer. If you knew, would you do it?
So assuming for a moment that the BJP know about it, even then they celebrated it.
I asked you, are you BJP or no? Are you BJP? You may speak as a. You may speak. 1 minute. 1 minute. Malvika Avinash, please don't. Malvika Avinash, please don't shout. Malvika Avinash, 1 minute. 1 minute. I am asking you, Sanket. My question is very clear. I asked you, had you read this and had you learned this in your textbooks? Had you learned this in your textbooks and had you known about it, would you celebrate him?
So if it was a part of it, if it was a part of a history, we would condemn it.
Correct.
Undoubtedly, we would condemn it.
Will you? My simple. See, I'm not. It's not a trick question. 1 minute, Sanket, please appreciate. This is not a trick question, sir. I'm not asking you a trick question. I am just saying, if you knew.
Please don't cut me short.
No, I'm not cutting you short. You have to understand my question. My question is very straightforward. My question is, if you knew, will you celebrate him? No.
So if I knew about it,
you will not.
If it was a part of the history,
you will not.
I would have had the discussions with the opponent party as well.
Correct.
And opponent party then, which was BJP in power, did not discuss this.
I'm not talking. I'm not Sanket Yanagi, Malvika Avinash right now on this debate. Please bear with me. On this debate, right now, I am not questioning you as a leader or a spokesperson of the Congress party or a member of a political party. I am just asking you person to person and very, very humbly, sir. If you had read this in your textbooks and if you knew, will you celebrate Tipu Jayanti is a question I'm asking. If he wanted to change the language of Karnataka, if he is guilty of massacring more than 1 lakh people, be it Hindus or Christians, if he ensured that women were hung from treetops and their mothers with their newborns, will you celebrate him as a person? Let's keep the politics aside.
No.
You please, no, you will not. Nobody would do. The problem, sir, in our country today is we do not know because we have been brainwashed.
No, 1 minute.
We have been brainwashed.
Can I answer your question?
Our books have not taught us the facts about all these people. They have glossed over the gory, hard truths. That is the reality. Please tell me, will you celebrate Rani Chinnamma, Rani Lakshmi Bai, or will you celebrate Tipu Sultan?
Now the question is, shortly, whether a tyrant ruler can be celebrated or not. If it is so, the question is, are we not celebrating 2002 massacre even today?
No.
By
Sorry. Sir, then let's start with the massacre of the Chitpawan Brahmins in 1948 under Congress rule. 5,000 Brahmins were massacred. 5,000 Brahmins were massacred. 1948 Chitpawan Brahmins. Did you read about it? Have you read about it, sir? Have you read about the massacre of Chitpawan Brahmins in 1948? And that is not a ruler, sir. That is not a ruler. That is under a democracy, under the first Prime Minister and the first elected government of this country. That is what happened, the massacre of the Chitpawan Brahmins in Maharashtra in 1948. 5,000 Brahmins. Do you read? Is it part of our history books? Let's start from there. Before that, sir, will you ally with a party that celebrated the massacre of Hindus by the Moplas in 1921 and they continue to celebrate it even today? They take out a march in Kerala and you have joined hands with them ahead of the elections in Karnataka. Will you do it, sir? So, let us understand and learn our history. Dushyant Sridhar, when I read these details, sir, my blood burns. What is it that we are doing to ourselves as our country? We are now saying India mein kya rakha hai, because this is what our history has conditioned us to believe. And they are saying, don't correct this.
Namaskaram Anand and namaskaram to my fellow panelists. I have had the fortune of listening to the enlightened words of my fellow panelists. Hope I'll be given this time after 23 minutes of this session. So as a living civilization, which is the Vedic civilization, Sanatana Dharma, in itself has a plethora of festivals beginning with Makara Shankaranti, Sri Rama Navami, Akshaya Tritiya, Krishna Jayanti, Ganesha Chaturthi, Vaikuntha Ekadashi, and so on. So we don't need another festival called as Tipu Jayanti, because the point in discussion is Tipu Jayanti should be celebrated or not. It's not about Tipu Sultan alone. Whether there's a festival called Tipu Jayanti to be celebrated or not, no. And second thing is, with respect to history, often people ask, what is the use of learning history? Does that help solve employment crisis or not? If that was the question, then why was this very idea of Tipu Jayanti conceived in 2015 as if there were no other problems in 2015 or 16? So for people who ask this question, they should in turn ask, then we should take away all the history courses in the universities, because learning history doesn't help us at all. Because the basic problem, Anand, is the education department is with the government. I feel the government, like how it is doing away with the temples, should do away with the temples. It should also do away with the education department, because education and the government don't go hand in hand. Because it took so many years for governments to remove this Tipu Jayanti and to enlighten the people. How many of them in Karnataka know the Devar Namas, the compositions of Kanakadasa, Purandaradasa by heart? But I still remember the beautiful pastel texture fabric what Tipu Sultan wore in the serial of Tipu Sultan series.
Yes.
So this is what children who grew up, because in my school while I used to study, Jai Hind Yennuta Nade Nade Munde Bharatada Gudi Vande Jnani Basavanna Ninegagi Sarvagnya Kavi Pamparana Mysurina Huli Tippu. So along Basavanna, along Sarvagnya, the great poet, we used to have Tipu Sultan in the same line, calling him the Tiger of Mysore. Sorry to say this, I'm not undermining him. He could have been a great ruler. He could have given the silver cup to the Ranganatha temple of Srirangapatnam. But to me, as a person who practices Hindu religion, as a person who respects other religions, if you ask me to compare Tipu Sultan with an animal, he's not to be compared with a lion or tiger, but he's the hyena of Mysore, nothing else.
But there are those who also quote the Sringeri letter. How would you respond to those?
So what? If he has helped one person and massacred 30,000 people, and he has gloated personally about converting so many people and killing so many people, does it help solve the crisis? Do you mean to say then we can celebrate? Then we have to celebrate every other person. That is why when I came on yesterday's debate, I said even General Dyer would have planted so many trees. Let's celebrate General Dyer's Jayanti also. Because he has planted so many trees, right? So what if he has killed so many people in Jallianwala Bagh? So see, this is a very, very simple discussion. Whether we should celebrate a festival for Tipu's birth or not, no is the answer. Whether we should know about Tipu Sultan, what all he has done, yes, we have to know. Both the good and the bad. Okay, if Sringeri Acharya wrote a letter to him and he came and protected Sringeri Acharya or the Sringeri Mutt, let's learn about that. Let's also learn about the massacre that he committed upon the Sri Vaishnavas of Melakote Tirunarayanapuram.
Yeah.
So let us learn about that as well.
But
So,
is there, no, but aren't you also forced to ask, Dushyant, because you've also been a student, you've not only studied history, you've also studied the Vedic scriptures, that 115 years ago it is chronicled that in Udupi, the British Kotwal asks a teacher, what do you teach your students? And the teacher says, in my village, under the biggest banyan tree, I teach them Vedic maths, Vedic sciences, I teach it, the method of instruction is in Sanskrit, and I use a board and a pen to teach the students. And 115 years later, it's exactly 115 years, 115 years later, we are away from Sanskrit. There are states which don't want to even teach the local language, they want to make the medium of instruction is English. We have no clue what is Vedic maths in our mathematics, and we have no clue what our history is. We don't know what is Agama Shastra, we don't know who is Panini, we don't know, we've not been taught.
That's because people who, with due respects, people who sit and design syllabus, they barely have any connection with education at all, Anand. And as you began with your opening remarks in the discussion, you said that we have been made to feel a lot ashamed about what we have bequeathed from our ancestors, which is very, very true. Chaturadhikashatam ashtagunam dvasashti ayutascha, says Aryabhatta 1600 years back. He says Chaturadhikashatam, 100 plus 4, and multiply it with 8 and add it to 62,000 and divide it by 20,000. The value that you get is used to design the circular Agni Kundam for Agnihotram, which is the value of 3.1416, which is the value of pi. But how many of us know the value of pi that was given by Aryabhatta? So my question or my point is not to undermine the mathematicians or the scientists of the West, not at all. But we have had our own schools of mathematics. The Sangama Gramam, Narayana Bhattadri says Ayura Arogya Saukyam, which corresponds to the 27th November 1587, the concluding date of his magnum opus called Narayaniyam has been coded in his work. And how many of us know that there was a secret school of mathematics called Sangamagramam in Kerala that gave us the integral series? So the point is, why can't we learn about our history? When I talk about history, some of my panelists think history is just about dates. No, history is about the knowledge that we bequeath from our ancestors with regards to mathematics, with regards to science, with regards to languages, how many languages we have. And like one of the spokespersons said, in Karnataka, we still use many Persian words for the governmental procedures. We say khata. So a lot of these words, see, so mine
carry only Persian language. There is very
Persian
little
language.
Kannada.
So my question is, when we have, you know what Kannada is called? It's called Kasturi Kannada, a language which has a no match. It's so beautiful. And when we have words from our own language, just imagine somebody in Iran or Iraq using Kannada words. Will they ever use such words? We are the people, but again, we are a very liberal civilization, Anand. I think we have to live with it.
Yeah, this liberal philosophy seems to be the bane of our existence. We are so liberal that we don't want to live in our own country and we want to send our wards away from this country thinking India mein kya rakha hai. We are
Just
so
an
liberal.
intervention,
We are
Anand.
so
Just an
liberal.
intervention.
Yes.
In the 9 minutes that I spoke, I never ever undermined any other religion, because that's what my civilization has taught to me.
Correct.
I will never ever throw rubbish words at any holy book. I will never call any person of any other religion or any other community by names, because my religion has said the same jivatmas within him. But when history has been very harmful, we'll have to keep reminding ourselves that we have to protect.
You need to say that now. What did Tipu Sultan's sword say? It said, kill every kafir. This sword shall kill every kafir. That's what Tipu Sultan's sword said. Please go back and read it. I urge my Congress friend to read it and then tell me.
No, it's not just a political thing. It's also a civilizational and a country thing. It's an Indian thing. All of us are Indians. Should we know more about us, or should we know about somebody or some people who wanted to appropriate and then come across and tell this group that this land and its people, that what you have learned and what you have amassed over thousands of years is worthless? And should we believe that narrative? That is the larger question, ladies and gentlemen, amidst all this politicization and this tutu meme. And that's the question political parties who want to take forward the legacy of this country and who believe that the nation will be in safe hands in their leadership have to now say what is it that they stand for when it comes to Bharat. I thank all our panelists. We're going to wind up on that note. Taking a very short break. When we come back, the latest from Pakistan. There is a situation brewing there, ladies and gentlemen, and we also have debate number 2. It's a straight face-off over the Kashmir Files. Who mocked and who did not? Who is exploiting the pundits? Stay with us.
Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia, for free people refused to live in a world of hopelessness and darkness. We will have a different future, a brighter future, rooted in democracy and principles, hope and light, of decency and dignity, of freedom and possibilities. For God's sake, this man cannot remain in power.
Just before Biden's speech in Poland, an airstrike struck a fuel depot just outside Lviv in western Ukraine, close to where Biden was.
You see through there, you can see some of the firefighters on the scene there, right to the right of this building, just to the corner of that building. You can see some of the firefighters on the scene, and they're putting the fire retardant on there. No water on this situation, not on a chemical fire. They're not using water on that.
The Russia-Ukraine war is in its 5th week now. That is much longer than what Vladimir Putin would have anticipated. But the longer this war goes on, the greater the risk of an alienated Putin doing something dramatic like pressing the nuclear button. Now, the exact aim of Russia's invasion is not clear. It was initially aimed at swiftly capturing major cities and toppling the government. Denazification is the word that Vladimir Putin used. Russian troops first tried to encircle the capital Kiev, but after the bombardment and the seizing of several towns to the northwest, they were forced back by Ukraine's military. In fact, Ukrainian forces have been trying to regain territory from the Russians. So now Russia says it's going to focus on liberating the east, the Donbass, signaling a possible shift in military strategy. Let's just take a look at some of the cities that Russia has managed to capture and what the exact game plan is. If you were to take a look at the map of Ukraine, all the way from Chernihiv in the northeast, across the entire major belt in the eastern side of Ukraine, from Kharkiv, which is the second biggest city, to Luhansk and Donetsk, the capitals of the two big provinces in Donbass, Mariupol, which is a southern port city, which has direct link to the Black Sea, and then all the way to Odessa and Kherson. It's very clear what Vladimir Putin and the Russian troops are trying to do is to create a semicircle almost, the entire eastern belt of Ukraine being completely cut off, as a result of which they want to create a buffer state, almost like North and South Korea, or what used to be erstwhile East and West Germany. They want to create a buffer state between Ukraine and Russia, as a result of which Russia's security interests are not directly threatened by a Ukraine, which Russia feels is moving closer and closer to NATO. So that's the game plan by Vladimir Putin's troops. And over the weekend, they have said there's going to be a recalibration. Take a look at this entire set, the Ukrainian fight back that's happening in Kiev. Certainly, for the last few weeks now, we've heard the story of a convoy being stuck, or multiple convoys being stuck on the outskirts. Kharkiv is the second biggest city. At one point, it had almost fallen to the Russian forces, but now Ukrainian troops are pushing back. Same's the case in the southern city of Mykolaiv, as well as in the west in Makariv. So there is major fight back of the Ukrainian forces, and that includes in the suburb of Irpin. We're getting breaking news from there. This is in the northwestern side of Kiev, the capital. From Irpin, and Irpin has seen some deadly clashes over the last few weeks. There appears to have been a now completely taken back by Ukrainian forces. The mayor of Irpin has confirmed this is one of the major hotspots. The mayor there has confirmed that Ukrainian troops have now captured the city again. Now it is in control of Ukrainian troops. Let me go across to Salma Abdulaziz, who's joining us from Lviv in Ukraine. It is in the far west. This pattern that we're seeing of Ukrainian troops trying to regain cities that had supposedly almost entirely fallen in Russian control. What is going on the ground? Because we're also getting word from Ukrainian intelligence which seems to suggest that the game plan now, and the Russians have recalibrated their game plan, they want to try and create an eastern buffer state, almost like your North and South Korea or the erstwhile East and West Germany, which will kind of act as a buffer state against Russia and creeping NATO interests as Russia sees it.
Right. So if you do, as you've pointed out, look at the map, the goal is to create that buffer zone. But it's not just about creating a buffer zone. It's also about creating a land corridor that would connect Russian territory all the way down through the east, all the way down the eastern flank.
Welcome back. And Imran Khan is now issuing whips and diktats, and we've got CNN News 18 is in possession of one such letter, courtesy our investigations editor Manoj Gupta, where Imran Khan has issued a letter in which he's clearly directed all members of the National General Assembly to abstain from voting in Parliament against the no confidence motion. In case any member goes against it, PTI will take action under charges of defection of Article 63A. Sources say this is a strategic move as Imran doesn't want members to be present and vote against the government. So this is what he has said. Right now, as we speak with you, all important parties have actually shifted their base, including swing parties and members who joined Imran in 2018 too. They have also shifted base. Sushant Sareen is with us. Sushant, namaste, and it looks like Imran Khan is doing everything to try and stay afloat.
He is, and there is nothing, surprising about this whip because this was being considered. The only thing surprising is the foolishness behind what is written in that letter, that even if supposing some member of parliament from the ruling party was to be in parliament that day, he is liable to be, de-seated because of the anti-defection clause. Now, the anti-defection clause, the anti-defection clause clearly applies only when you vote in 3 particular cases, and you vote against the party whip, not if you are present or not present in parliament. So, if it's a vote of confidence, vote of no confidence, or a money bill, it is only when you vote, against the party whip on either of these that you can be de-seated. Otherwise, the anti-defection clause does not apply constitutionally. But Imran Khan, being Imran Khan, is making his own constitution. Now, secondly, I think the really dangerous part of this particular whip is that this is this is a threat to the members of parliament, and there is a very strong possibility, given Imran Khan's proclivity of cheating and playing dirty, something he used to do in his cricketing days as well, that they could abduct some of the dissident or rebel MNAs. They could abduct them and ensure that they are not present in parliament that day, so that the vote of no confidence falls through. And then later on, you can just make any cock and bull story and say that, these guys followed the party whip and stuff like that. And if the no confidence vote does not go through, then you stay in government and you can intimidate these people and make sure that they don't open their mouth. So I think this is part of the ploy to play dirty and abduct rebel MNAs and ensure that they do not go to parliament on that particular day, and which is why this whip has been issued. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense to say that you cannot even go to parliament that day, because the anti-defection clause does not apply just because you are present in parliament.
But the Supreme Court of Pakistan had said that even if you vote, you have the right to vote, you can't be stopped from voting, and you will be disqualified only a week after the voting. So
not disqualified, Anand, de-seated. Disqualified means that maybe you are not entitled to fight a by-election, number one. Number two, you might be disqualified from fighting an election in the next particular assembly, so maybe for 5 years. Or disqualification in the Pakistani context can also be for life, as was given to Nawaz Sharif. So it is de-seated. Now, clearly the rebel MPs have decided that they don't care much about their seats right now. But if the Supreme Court was to rule, and it doesn't seem likely unless the Supreme Court also is into writing the constitution, it is very clearly written in the constitution of Pakistan that if you vote against the party whip on 3 particular conditions, you will only lose your seat. You will not be disqualified.
Right.
So there is no way that that particular Article 63A kicks in simply because the members of parliament or the rebel members of parliament go to parliament on that day.
Correct.
If they cast their vote in favor of the no confidence motion, then they are liable to be de-seated. But that is also a process which takes up a month before they are finally de-seated, and during which time they can vote whichever way they want to vote, because they were going to lose their seat anyway.
Correct. So seat तो जाने वाली है, लेकिन उससे पहले सरकार चली जाएगी.
But the danger is that Imran Khan is likely to abduct these people, intimidate them, to ensure that they are not present in parliament on that day.
Well, उससे पहले we are given to understand a lot of them have already left town and they have all gone to safer locations. So let's see what happens, and we have to see the establishment backs who. Whoever the establishment backs will suddenly be a little more secure. So Shamsareen, thank you very much. I have to move on. We got a straight face-off between the AAP and the BJP coming through, ladies and gentlemen. And it is around the Kashmir Files. It all started when there was controversy on the floor of the Delhi Vidhan Sabha. And the allegation made was that Arvind Kejriwal mocked at the plight of Kashmiri Pandits while trying to dismiss the Kashmir Files as a bunch of hogwash, lies, and refused to declare the movie tax-free. It's not that Delhi has not declared movies tax-free in the past, but it has happened. But the AAP versus BJP has only now snowballed. The BJP slamming the Aam Aadmi Party and the Aam Aadmi Party coming back with a counter. It's not about who worked for the Pandits or not, but did you deliberately mock the Kashmir Files and trying to set political scores in the process, laugh off the genocide of Kashmiri Hindus? That's the question that we're asking. Who's mocking pundits is the question we ask. Let's try and understand what happened. Now, the entire fight, and as the politics speaks, is a claim versus counterclaim. The Aam Aadmi Party's claim is that jobs for migrant Pandit teachers were regularized by them. No real action had been taken in 32 years. Making a film is no solution. And it mocked the BJP leaders as playing politics. Muslims killed in fake encounters too is what they have turned around. The BJP is doing a fact check saying Aam Aadmi Party opposed to regularization. It acted only on the orders of the courts. Arvind Kejriwal laughed off the plight of Kashmiri Pandits who remain refugees in their own country. And this YouTube jibe is what the BJP is continuously questioning. You have declared other movies tax-free, but why not the Kashmir Files? Kejriwal now waking up to brownie points from Pandits. The Aam Aadmi Party questioned 2008 crackdown at Batla House too. So it's moving into a direction of Hindu-Muslim and also the polarized narrative. But the larger question is, if you believe there was a genocide, then why laugh off a movie because you believe that it will help you score some political brownies? This is the face-off earlier in the day between Sambit Patra and Atishi. Listen.
जून 6, 2010 को कश्मीरी माइग्रेंट टीचर्स वो दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट अप्रोच करते हैं कि हमें रेगुलराइज किया जाए अपने प्रोफेशन में. मई 18, 2015 सिंगल बेंच हाईकोर्ट की अपनी जजमेंट डिलीवर करती है और कहती है कि कश्मीरी माइग्रेंट टीचर्स को, जो कश्मीरी हिंदू टीचर्स थे, उनको रेगुलराइज कर दिया जाए अपने सर्विस में. मगर उसी वर्ष 2015 में केजरीवाल जी की सरकार डबल बेंच के सामने इस पूरे जजमेंट को चैलेंज करती है और मई 21, 2018 को डबल बेंच अपने वर्डिक्ट में दिल्ली सरकार के इस पूरे प्रक्रिया को, नकारने वाली प्रक्रिया को मना कर देती है और उन्हें डायरेक्ट करती है कि आप कश्मीरी माइग्रेंट टीचर्स जो हिंदू कश्मीरी प्रताड़ित थे, जो विस्थापित थे, आप इन विस्थापित कश्मीरी टीचर्स को आप रेगुलराइज करिए. यही मेरा जजमेंट है, यही हमारा जजमेंट है. केजरीवाल जी की सरकार 26 अक्टूबर 2018 को सुप्रीम कोर्ट चली गई और सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हाई कोर्ट के डबल बेंच के फैसले को चुनौती दिया कि हम कश्मीरी विस्थापित पंडितों को नौकरी नहीं देना चाहते हैं. हाई कोर्ट के इस निर्णय को निरस्त किया जाए.
बार बार दिल्ली सरकार ने, दिल्ली की चुनी हुई सरकार ने इस पे निर्णय लिए कि कश्मीरी माइग्रेंट टीचर्स को रेगुलराइज करना चाहिए. एलजी साहब एक नोट लिखते हैं फाइल में कि ये सर्विसेज मैटर है और इसको सर्विसेज मैटर के तहत ट्रीट किया जाए. इस पर दिल्ली की चुनी हुई सरकार का कोई भी अधिकार नहीं है. बहुत स्पष्ट तौर से आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की सरकार कैबिनेट में डिसीजन लेती है, कोर्ट में बताती है हाई कोर्ट में कि हमने इनको रेगुलराइज करने का डिसीजन ले लिया है. तो एलजी साहब उस कैबिनेट के डिसीजन के बाद कहते हैं कि इस पर दिल्ली की चुनी हुई सरकार और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का कोई हस्तक्षेप नहीं होगा. जो भी निर्णय होगा एलजी ऑफिस द्वारा होगा.
So we ask, who is mocking Kashmiri Pandits? The Kashmir Files remains the hashtag. Tweet about it, coo about it, tell us what you think. Let's dive into the face-off straight away. RP Singh of the BJP and Ravi Srivastava, founder member of the Aam Aadmi Party, now a political analyst, joining us at this point. First up, Ravi Srivastava ji, why is the Aam Aadmi Party and in fact even BJP calling them Kashmiri migrants? They are not migrants. They are displaced Kashmiris. They are Kashmiri refugees. वहीं पे problem है. And then the issue is also not about who gave them and who regularized their pay, etc. The issue is, was there a mocking of the Kashmiri Pandits on the floor of the Delhi Vidhan Sabha by the Chief Minister himself? That's where the entire argument starts and the issue starts.
No, absolute no. Arvind Kejriwal never mocked plight of the Kashmiri Pandits and their migration, and he only mocked the BJP MLAs who were working like a worker and posting the posters of the movie and trying to rely upon that and create a divide.
So what stopped the Aam Aadmi Party from doing the same thing?
What Aam Aadmi Party what Aam Aadmi Party has to do in it?
No. My point is, if the Aam Aadmi Party believes that they are Kashmiri refugees and that there was a genocide in Jammu and Kashmir, they should have said, we will champion the Kashmir Files. We'll show it to everybody because of what happened, and we will declare the movie tax-free. If they could declare other movies in the recent past, 3 movies they have declared it tax-free. Why couldn't they do it? Why say कि YouTube पे डाल दो free में?
It's a prerogative of the Chief Minister. You cannot question it.
My point is, sir, the way it was said, it was mocking. You have a problem with the maker because you believe that he is not politically inclined with you, so you will mock an entire movie which states facts. You said, did he or did he not on the floor of the house say कि झूठी picture है?
No film is the truth. Let me tell you, every film has got some amount of drama, some amount of fiction, and in this movie also, if you see that flight lieutenant's wife episode which went to the court, you should know that the complete truth was not shown there. What was shown was only a fabricated part, a motivated portion.
So Bitta Karate is fabricated. Yasin Malik is fabricated. No, Ralif Salif Galif is fabricated. ये झूठ है.
See, let me tell you, you have to show both the sides. It's a one-sided story.
No, what do you mean both the sides? What is there in a side when I am trying to cleanse when one force, one Islamist or a politically Islam-driven or Islamist force is trying to ethnically cleanse an entire region of Hindus?
How do you know that the people who did all that, the kind of acts which they did over there?
You're right now, Raviji, asking me how do you know?
No, how do you know? They were Kashmiris.
No, you are asking me how do you know that they were not Kashmiris?
They were the terrorists. They were the jihad.
No.
People the other side of the country.
Sir, what are you saying? Yasin Malik is born in Jammu and Kashmir. Bitta Karate is born in Jammu and Kashmir. They were sitting. They were shaking hands, and successive governments never opposed his bail. You are turning around, sir. Sir, an entire region was cleansed, and you are sitting here. Sardar RP Singh, please respond. Raviji, there is one way to make an argument and argue for sake of arguing, but please don't do this. This will weigh on your conscience also. Raviji, this will weigh on your conscience also. You watch the chief minister of a region standing in the Vidhan Sabha and look at the reaction of the people sitting behind him. They are also elected members. Will you laugh like this? Will you laugh like that? That is the real issue, sir. Sardar RP Singh, the BJP is trying to draw political mileage out of this. इतने साल आपने कुछ नहीं किया, अब पिक्चर बन गई तो आप उसको चैंपियन कर रहे हैं. That's the allegation. 1 minute, Ravi ji. Sir, Ravi ji, I'm very disappointed. Please, I don't want to shout at you, but I am hurt. I am hurt, and people and Kashmiri Pandits watching this broadcast will be hurt, and they will be shocked with the way you are reacting. But Ravi, but RP Singh ji.
Well, Anand, I'll appreciate Ravi Shrivastava will hear me patiently. I just heard him and I have intervened what he was saying. But he has exposed Mr. Kejriwal himself. I mean, he exposed the Aam Aadmi Party himself, and probably he was given a proper brief by the Kejriwal government or the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson to speak what he is speaking today. And he's rightly saying that why not the second part is shown? What is the second part? What is the other part which has to be shown? They're saying, why not other part of the story? What is the other part of the story? That from mosque, I was there in 1992 in Srinagar. From mosque, they used to announce, leave Kashmir, we will rape your women, or we will kidnap your children, we will kill your children. This was announced. Hame kya chahiye? Nizam Mustafa. This is the other part of the story. And it is not that only certain people, it was the complete Kashmir which was on boil, and every Kashmiri was part of it. Let me tell you very bluntly. I mean, there is no other story to this. There's no other story. Give me a second. Anand, give me a second. And saying that ye jhooti film hai can be the biggest slap on the Hindus of the India. Can be the biggest slap on the Hindus of India. It hurts the emotion and sentiments of the Kashmiri, not only Kashmiri Hindus, Hindus countrywide. Hindus countrywide emotions and sentiments have been hurt.
In the country today, this is what you do. Hindu, Muslim, nothing more than that. This is what your politics is.
No, but then whose politics was? No, Ravi Shrivastava ji. Ravi Shrivastava ji. 1 minute.
Mr. Kejriwal has been supporting that jihadi mindset. Who was Tahir Hussain? Who was Tahir Hussain? Who was Tahir Hussain? Wasn't Mr. Kejriwal supporting Mr. Tahir Hussain?
Asking you.
No, Ravi Srivastava. Ravi Srivastava, there was no BJP. There was no BJP when our country was partitioned on Hindu and Muslim, sir. There was no BJP when our country was partitioned on Hindu and Muslim. Who did Hindu and Muslim then, sir? Who did Hindu and Muslim then, sir? When this entire country was partitioned and 35% of its landmass was torn away, who did Hindu and Muslim? When, sir? Do you know how many exoduses have happened? How many exoduses have happened of Hindus in Kashmir? 7, sir. 7. 7 since the 14th century. 7 exoduses have happened. So who did Muslim and no Hindu? Who did it? Was it the BJP who did it? Have the courage to ask. And I'm asking you, will you stand and laugh at somebody like that?
Nobody laughed. It is you who's making a narrative.
I am making,
Nobody
sir,
laughed.
the visuals speak for themselves, and if you don't want to watch it, then okay, sir. Then if you don't want to accept it, then don't accept it. My point is, sir, if you believe, look at the people in front and behind. They are in peals and peals of laughter over the pain of Kashmiri Pandits. My point is, sir, if you make the charge of politics at the BJP, you are welcome to make the charge and question the BJP and take them to task on that. But then, sir, in that process of wanting to take on the BJP, don't laugh at the plight of an entire group which has been ethnically cleansed from their homeland. And till date, they get branded as migrants and not as refugees or displaced Kashmiris. They are not called displaced Kashmiris. They have the lexicon is against them, the narrative is against them, and the mindset is against them. And you are only further fueling that mindset, Mr. Ravi Srivastava. But Sardar RP Singh, the question to you is very clear. The BJP so far has used this entire issue of Kashmiri Pandits and displaced Kashmiris only for its political gain. Nothing else has been done.
Anand, let me tell you very categorically. 70 years there used to be stone pelting every Friday after the namaz. There used to be black flag which used to be hoisted. And what used to be said?
That is radicals. Sir, that is radicals, that is Islamists. Let me also tell you that if Kashmiri Hindus have had to leave their homeland, then there are a lot of Kashmiri Muslim families which are also mourning today because they have also been gunned down by radicals. Pak-sponsored bullets have claimed them too. So the question to you is, sir, that beyond the movie, this movie is not to your credit. This movie is the labor of love or effort or sacrifice of a director and his wife who have had no respite for the last 4.5 years and no backing from the BJP. No backing from the BJP. My question to you is, sir, what is the BJP doing for the Sikhs, Christians, and of course the nation-loving Muslims and Buddhists of Jammu and Kashmir? Question is to all of them. Sir, I have to wind up tonight, but this continues. So you also have to look within yourself, even as the politics speaks between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Winding up this edition of The Right Stand on that note. Zaka is ready with brass tacks. Stay with us.
Good evening, this is Brass Tacks. I'm Zaka Jacob. After 34 days of war, there has been a significant thaw between Russia and Ukraine. At the 6th round of talks today in Istanbul, the Russian side agreed to significantly scale back its military operations around two cities, Kiev, the capital, and Cherniv in the northeast. This is in keeping with a recalibration effort from the Russian side that we're seeing from Moscow over the last few days, going back to what was their stated and original military goal, and that is to liberate Donbass. Ukraine, on the other hand, though, wants written security guarantees. It wants security assurances from 8 global and regional powers. How feasible is this? But first, the story of how this dramatic breakthrough came through in Istanbul. Missiles and bombs keep dropping as Russia continues to pound Ukraine for the 5th straight week.
Just look at the utter destruction caused by this massive explosion. There's some really thick brick walls, and even they were annihilated by the force of whatever landed here. The people here tell us they only felt one really large explosion, and it wounded several people and killed a small child.
As air raid sirens sounded across major Ukrainian cities, negotiators from both Kiev and Moscow came face to face in Istanbul for the first time in nearly 3 weeks. The host and Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan called for an end to this tragedy.
It is possible to reach a solution that will address the legitimate concerns of both countries and that the international community will accept as trustworthy.
After 3 hours of dialogue, there was a breakthrough. Russia agreed to scale down on its offensive in the Ukrainian capital of Kiev, as well as in the city of Cherniv.
В разы сократить военную активность на Киевском и Черниговском направлениях. Исходим от того, что в Киеве будут приняты соответствующие основные решения и должны быть созданы условия для дальнейшей нормальной работы.
Ukraine has called for an international agreement under which other countries would serve as security guarantors. But there is skepticism over Putin's intentions. Will he use the talks and the proposed pullback as a smokescreen to plan a fresh offensive? So recent developments in Ukraine have been signaling a shift in Putin's strategy. The Russians are now starting to look east. After the peace talks in Istanbul, Russian troops have already started withdrawing from Kiev, the capital. But where are these troops going to, and why this recalibration of military efforts? Let's bring up the map of Ukraine. Russia is going to radically reduce the troops that are concentrated in Kiev, which is the capital, and Cherniv, which is in the northeast, right on the border with Belarus. The focus is going to be to move a bulk of these troops towards the Donbass. This is the eastern belt. This is the belt that borders Russia and Ukraine. And they want to liberate the Donetsk and the Luhansk People's Republic. This is what it started off with, this entire operation. So what this does, it moves a significant number of troops away from the western and central parts of Ukraine all the way to the Donbass, as well as to Crimea. Crimea is the small peninsula which Russia had annexed back in 2014. So it bolsters Crimea's defenses as well. So it's clear that two things. One, the Russian strategy of trying to encircle Kiev has not worked. There were reports about these miles-long convoys stuck on the outskirts of Kiev. So they're moving away a significant portion of troops from there. And two, consolidating position in Crimea, as well as trying to liberate the Donbass region. Now, what was interesting in those talks, there was a surprise element in today's talks in Istanbul. The Russian billionaire and the former owner of the Chelsea Football Club, Roman Abramovich, was seen at the peace negotiations. He was purportedly one of the members of the negotiating team, although his role is unclear. The Kremlin is saying he's not an official member of the Russian delegation, but his appearance comes, very interestingly, a day after there were reports that he and a couple of others had shown symptoms of poisoning. Remember, last week, Abramovich had gone to the Kremlin. He'd given a handwritten note from Ukrainian President Zelensky to President Putin of Russia, to which Putin reportedly told Abramovich to tell Zelensky that he will thrash him. So it was interesting to see Roman Abramovich as part of that Russian delegation, even though officially they are not saying that he is part of the delegation. But Ukraine may be abandoning its drive for NATO membership, Russia deciding to reduce its military activity in Kiev and in Cherniv, but there seem to be some sticking points. Sticking point number one is the issue of neutrality. Russia insists that Ukraine has to be a neutral power. Ukraine is resistant because it has to change its constitution to ensure that there is neutrality. Number two, Ukraine wants written security guarantees from as many as 8 countries, the US, UK and others, also regional powers. It wants written security guarantees that in the event that Ukraine were to be attacked, these countries will come to its defense. Also, the other big sticking point is the annexation of Crimea. Right now, Ukraine does not recognize the annexation of Crimea. What they have proposed is a 15-year negotiation process to see where the recognition of Crimea moves. And of course, the other contentious one is the recognition of the independence, the liberation, as the Russians call it, of the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, which is in the Donbass. I want to go across to Salma Abdulaziz, who is joining us from Lviv in Ukraine, in the western city. So the sixth round of talks in Istanbul producing some kind of a breakthrough, Russia agreeing to drastically reduce its military activity around Kiev and in Cherniv. What has brought this about, and what would it mean on the ground over the next few days?
I wouldn't even begin to try to suspect what President Putin's intentions or mindset is as to why we're seeing this progress right now. But as you mentioned, it's been 6 rounds of talks. There has been progressively some progress made on these issues around mediation, this issue around neutrality. So we're seeing some of that appearing to bear fruit. And as you said, yes, the headline here is that both sides, Russia and Ukraine, saying that the possibility of a face-to-face meeting is now on the horizon. And that's extremely significant, because it is only at the leadership level, really, that this war could be drawn to an end. Now, Ukraine, for its part, has given a proposal for a security agreement treaty, essentially. They want to see the 5 permanent Security Council members, plus a few other nations, such as Israel, Turkey, and other countries, essentially sign this treaty that would guarantee Ukraine's security. So if it was attacked, they would jump to its aid, close its skies, defend its borders, provide humanitarian support, etc. Of course, with the Security Council members being on that treaty, that means Russia itself would also be one of those guarantors. They've submitted this proposal to Russian mediators. Russian mediators say they're working on a counter proposal. Now, Russia, for its part, is offering 2 points, which they say will work towards de-escalation. The first is troop withdrawals, or drawing down their forces around Kyiv and around Cherniv. And we understand from U.S. sources that they've seen visually that that's already starting to happen, that Russian battalions are already starting to pull back from those areas. And it comes after Russia had said that the first phase of the operation was over and that were now going to focus on the east of the country. So it follows along those lines. And then the second point the Russian mediators are offering is, again, this possibility of a face-to-face meeting between President Zelensky and President Putin. These are, of course, the most significant progress, that we've seen with negotiations since the start of this conflict. But it is by no means an end to the conflict, an agreement, a treaty, or any of that. But it does begin to give hope that President Putin may be now finally willing to come to the table, which is something that even just a few days ago did not seem possible. But of course, this can't happen fast enough. You have millions of lives hanging in the balance, cities still trapped, besieged, caught between front lines, and of course a refugee crisis that grows and grows by the day.
And also, you were talking about these security guarantees. Ukraine wants reportedly written security guarantees from the P5 countries as well as some other regional powers. How feasible is this, given that one of those P5 countries happens to be Russia?
I think that's the point, is to have Russia sign the security agreement, to have Russia be one of the guarantors, to put Russia directly responsible in some ways for Ukraine's peace and security. Look, ultimately, this follows along the lines that Ukraine has been offering all along, which is neutrality. Ukraine says it will remain a neutral, non-nuclear nation. So what that means is that those who guarantee Ukraine's security, who guarantee peace and stability in this country, must be all sides. They can't lean on just one or the other, because, again, the point here is neutrality. So it very much fits that parameter. It fits that idea that Ukraine is not going to join NATO, that it's not going to lean on its Western allies only, that it is going to be, again, a sort of Austrian-style model nation that draws its security from all sides.
All right, Salma Abdulaziz, for the moment, many thanks for joining us live from Lviv in Ukraine. So there seems to be, after 34 days, some bit of progress, but we'll see how it plays out on the ground. The Ukrainian side believes that the moving of the venue of these negotiations from Belarus, remember the first few rounds were held in Belarus, to Turkey now, is in itself a win. So could Turkey become an increasingly important factor in restoring peace? Now, if you were to look at the strategic as well as economic ties that Turkey has, it has good ties with both Ukraine and Russia. That's why even though Turkey has publicly opposed Russia's aggression, it has not joined the West in imposing sanctions. Turkey also, at the same time, has been providing what's called the Bayraktar drones to Ukraine and supported its territorial integrity. But Russia is providing almost a third of Turkey's oil and natural gas. It also sends millions of tourists to Turkey every single year. Russia has also made a $20 billion commitment to Turkey's first nuclear power plant. Turkey's also, much like India has, purchased the Russian-made S-400 missile defense system, the first batch of which has already been delivered. Now, Ankara's ties with Moscow have enabled multiple military operations in Syria, and this, of course, will have huge security implications for Turkey, not least because it's a bordering country. But at the same time, Turkey also values its relationship with the West. In fact, Turkey is a member of NATO, and that's why a cautious Turkey gives it the space to pursue efforts without risking any country. But it's not just Turkey, it's also India, which has got a lot to gain because of the neutral stand that it has seemingly taken in this war. Back in 2014, when Russia annexed Crimea, India refused to condemn Moscow, New Delhi also recognizing Russia's legitimate interests. This time the approach has been more balanced, with Prime Minister Modi has been in contact with both the Ukrainian and Russian leaders, as well as several other world leaders, in a bid to try and strike a peaceful resolution. So far, the strategy to play neutral has paid off. Despite US President Joe Biden calling India's stand somewhat shaky, it is unlikely to impact New Delhi and Washington's growing partnership. In fact, the 2+2 is going to happen in a few days from now. There's also no indication of any serious setback in India's relationship with the European Union. India's guarded position is not causing any fissures in the Quad either, both Japan and Australia publicly recognizing that India can take a different position. And also India is in the process of importing Russian crude oil at about 30% discounts. Now, the interesting thing is, if anything, global powers seem to be queuing up one after another to be doing and to be seen to be doing business in India. Let's just run you through the number of visitors who have visited India in the last few days or are due to visit India in the next few days, which is giving India a rather enviable position of being a wanted partner and ally for many countries. Now, just a few days ago, we had the Japanese Prime Minister, Fumio Kishida. He was here for the first ever summit between him and Prime Minister Modi. This is after Mr. Kishida became Prime Minister of Japan last year. Scott Morrison held a virtual summit with Prime Minister Modi. This was on the 21st of March. Then we had the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi visiting just last week. He met with both the National Security Advisor and the External Affairs Minister. Later this week, on the 31st and 1st, Sergei Lavrov will be visiting India, the Russian foreign minister, for the first time since this war began. That's a very, very significant visit. Liz Truss, the UK Foreign Secretary, is going to be there almost at the same time as Sergei Lavrov. She's going to be here this Thursday. And then the first ever visit by Naftali Bennett, that was from the 3rd of April to the 5th. He's got COVID. Hopefully, if he recovers by then, he should be here in time for that visit, which is due to happen next week. And then the Indian foreign and defense ministers will travel to Washington for the 2+2 dialogue with their counterparts in the United States. So it's very clear that India is clearly seeing a flurry of diplomatic activity. A lot of leaders, foreign ministers are coming to India, seemingly also because not just of India's growing heft, but also this neutral stand that India seems to have taken at the United Nations on the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Joining me now is Michael Johns. He's a policy analyst with the Heritage Foundation. Ambassador G. Parthasarathy, former diplomat, is joining us. We'll also be joined by Kamal Sibal, former Foreign Secretary, and Lieutenant General K.J.S. Dhillon is former GOC of the 15 Corps. Ambassador Parthasarathy, I'll start with you first. I'm not sure if a flurry of high-level diplomatic visits is an indication of India's growing diplomatic heft, but from Wang Yi to Sergei Lavrov to Liz Truss and then the 2+2 with the United States, the entire gamut of relationships seem to be coming to the fore in these last few days. Would you say that this is because India has taken what many would say a balanced and neutral stand when it comes to Russia-Ukraine?
Well, I think it goes beyond that. It goes beyond the fact that the Russians have full faith in us. Americans, I said, perhaps with the exception of President Biden, if you take his Secretary of State, his National Security Advisor, and the whole lot there, have a great deal of faith in India and our role in the Quad. Japan and the other, Australia, have been pushing the US, particularly Biden himself, to cool off. So I think it is a larger thing. I would attribute this to a success of overall Indian diplomacy, of first assessing a situation carefully and then learning how dealing with it, keeping in view of the fact that we should not be misunderstood by anybody and our intentions are transparent. To that extent, the diplomacy has been brilliant. The Russians trust us. The Americans, except perhaps Biden, who has his own views, have full faith in us and are in touch with us. The Australians have been backing us. So I think that is the greatest measure of success. And one more point I'd like to make.
Okay.
We should not miss out. I think the Ukrainians have realized that the Russians have achieved their strategic objective. Its strategic objective was not to seize the Ukrainian territory, but to establish lines of communication to the ports and to the seas. Their movements in the south have established that. So that is a major factor, but the Indian role is crucial because we, for us primarily, and for others, because we are a country interested in peace. We've proved that. We have stood by our friends.
Okay.
And the friends here, I would say, would be the Russians. We are the Americans now on Quad have faith in us. So I would say this is a success of the country.
So I want to ask Kamal Sibal this. There was, at least in the initial days of this war, there was criticism of India's position at the UNSC and then subsequently the UNGA for abstaining in those votes. The criticism was from the West. You heard what Joe Biden said a few days ago about India being quote-unquote somewhat shaky. And yet, if you look at the flurry of high-profile visits we've had recently, from Wang Yi to Sergei Lavrov later this week, the UK Foreign Secretary, and then hopefully the Israeli Prime Minister is also going to be here, and then that will be followed up with the 2+2. Is that an indication that while the West has its reservations about India's stand, but everybody seems to be quoting India either for its diplomatic heft or that very same neutral stand which they seem to be criticizing?
Well, I think there could be another more straightforward explanation beyond what you have said. Yes, India now counts far more on the international stage.
And countries want to engage us. There's no doubt. And the fact that we have abstained on the UN resolutions on Ukraine and have taken an independent stand actually serves to increase our diplomatic weight. That we are now seen by Russia and even China, and that explains a little bit Wang Yi's visit, that we are capable and we have enough self-confidence to stand up for our position, even if we are under Western pressure. And the United States, unhappy though it may be at some levels, and they are, nevertheless, if you look at the testimony that the Assistant Secretary for South Asia and the Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Pentagon gave to the US Congress on this very question, and actually batted for us and explained on our behalf what our compulsions were, indicates that while they may be unhappy, but the United States feels obliged to accept our position because they value, as we go ahead, our crucial contribution to the Quad and to the Indo-Pacific concept, because that is the greatest strength we have today in terms of having a shared understanding with United States, Japan, Australia, about how to deal potentially not only with the China threat in terms of the maritime security, but the China threat in terms of technology, COVID vaccines, 5G and everything else. So yes, but there are, as I said, some simpler explanations, which is that we have this 10-year roadmap with the Great Britain, and now we are having some kind of an early harvest thing. And Liz Truss, therefore, is coming in terms to promote that agenda, as also to talk to us about Ukraine, because the British have taken upon themselves, to target Putin and bring about regime change as the US wants. Similarly, Japan. Let me complete.
Yeah.
Japan. The Japanese Prime Minister came because his visit was pending for 2 years, and we have now a tradition of annual summits with Japan, and therefore the first opportunity he came. And so far as Australia is concerned, the same reason that we are also negotiating an FTA with Australia. So there are also these immediate reasons why these visits have come together. And the Israeli Prime Minister is coming, I think, on behalf of the United States to talk to us about Ukraine, because Israel has been active in this regard itself.
All right.
But otherwise also to strengthen our bilateral ties, because they are proceeding very well.
Let me go across to Michael Johns. You know, the Quad had a very, very good reason for coming together. And the fundamental sort of understanding was a growing, assertive, aggressive China can only be, taken on by the combined might of democracies, whether it is Japan, Australia, United States, or India. But by singling India out in the Quad for the slightly different position it's taken on Ukraine and Russia, and by describing, in his own words, quote unquote, somewhat shaky, hasn't Biden advertently or inadvertently driven a wedge within Quad? And today, here in India, there are doubts being asked if the United States, talked up this war in the run-up to the 24th of February before Putin invaded, and then has not followed that up with meaningful action on the ground. Yes, there have been sanctions, no doubt about it, but no boots on the ground. Then what's the guarantee tomorrow if there's going to be a flare-up with China, the U.S. would do the same thing with India and with the Quad?
Well, the guarantee should be that there are two completely different magnitude of threats. I mean, we've, I think, long established, or at least progressively established over the last decade, that China's Communist Party is going to be the go-forward threat, and that there's not going to be much room for our neutrality on this. Now, Russia's military remains a major force. Putin's shown some very thuggish behavior here, but our focus, I believe, has to be, and you referenced the Quad, I think, around taking the lessons we can take from NATO's success, post-World War II success, and forging new formidable alliance that can stand up boldly to China's Communist Party. And to do that...
But Mr. Johns, don't you think the exact opposite seems to have happened? I mean, NATO here has not come to the aid of Ukraine. And yes, you can say that, Ukraine is not a NATO member. That's why they've not come to the aid of Ukraine. But it seems like Ukraine has been left to fend for itself, to fight this war for itself.
Well, I would also argue, though, that I don't think it was provocative in many ways to have suggested that we were going to expand NATO to include Ukraine. I mean, that would be the equivalent of Putin incorporating, say, Mexico into his alliance, on the border. And, I think he's had a bit of an obsession with this and in dividing Putin. But the most dangerous thing that I've seen, aside from the carnage, obviously, in Ukraine, which is horrific, is the February 4 meeting with Xi Jinping in Beijing.
Okay,
and
just give me a moment, Mr. John. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm getting a piece of breaking news. I need to go to that now. The head of the Russian delegation, Vladimir Medinsky, who's the former culture minister, has now issued a clarification. We're going to go to this piece of breaking news. He's now issued a clarification after the recently concluded peace talks in Istanbul. He has said that a de-escalation or a significant reduction of military activity does not necessarily mean a ceasefire. So that is something that's been clarified now by the lead negotiator from the Russian side, Vladimir Medinsky, who used to be the former culture minister in Putin's cabinet. He's now said that they have not arrived at any form of ceasefire. All that they have agreed to is a reduction of military activity on the outskirts of Kiev and, of course, in Chernihiv. We're also getting another piece of news that's also just coming through, and I'll go to Lieutenant General Dillon right after this. The Kiev Independent is now reporting that NATO has invited Ukraine to its summit. The summit is scheduled 6th and 7th of April. It's going to be held in Brussels. Other non-member countries that have been invited include Georgia, Finland, Sweden, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and the Republic of Korea. Foreign ministers from 30 NATO countries will convene for the second time since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The session will follow last week's high-level meeting of NATO leaders for an extraordinary summit that happened in Brussels. So I want to ask Lieutenant General Dillon two things. One, how does one go from de-escalation to ceasefire now that the Russians are clarifying that de-escalation does not necessarily mean ceasefire? And two, the story that we just played out, that NATO is going to have an emergency meeting next week and Ukraine is one of the invited members. Wouldn't this enrage Mr. Putin even more?
Good evening, Zaka. Firstly, about how do you go from de-escalation to ceasefire? We must understand, as Ambassador Parthasarathy just said, the strategic aims, the nations go to war with a strategic aim. Nations do not go to war with a tally-ho spirit and, okay, I'll just run through. And especially the war where it is now, it's a war which is war of cities, battle of fighting in built-up areas. Fighting in built-up areas is time-consuming, it takes away a lot of resources. A single sniper can hold back a reasonably good force if he is properly sighted and he knows the building in which he is sitting. So the force ratios comparison goes up tremendously. So Russia at this stage does not probably want to indulge in built-up area fighting. He is quite content with whatever he has achieved, if that is what his strategic aim was. And the second point which most of us miss out is, till the breakdown of Soviet Union, Ukraine was part of Soviet Union, and most of the senior leadership of Russia today knows exactly where are the military installations in Ukraine which they need to take out. Some of them they would have taken out by now, others they would be taking out by precision guided munitions. So their aim may not be to capture cities, their aim may be to destroy the military installations, and the declared aim of course is a denuclearized, demilitarized, neutral country, so which is of course a diplomatic issue.
No,
now,
but can you explain,
point,
General, why is
asked.
it that, I mean, let's say now they're recalibrating their objectives to saying that we want to liberate Donbass, which is the eastern region. Why then were they attacking Kiev? For the last 3 weeks, we've heard of reports of, you know, this convoy stuck outside Kiev. Why was Kiev being attacked in the first place?
See, you must understand, there are certain military objectives which need to be visible to the world, and you also got to keep it below a threshold level. Second are the ground objectives, like Mariupol, the connection of Donbass with the Crimea region by land route. The Mariupol is about to fall any time, so that connect on the land route will happen. The second is to seal off the Black Sea port routes. That is the Mikhailov areas and the Odessa areas, which can also be by ground route, and the amphibious route can be taken to cut off Ukraine from Black Sea. So these are the military strategies which will play out in the due course of time. Kiev to start with, yes, someone might have ambitiously planned for it, but capturing a city as big as Kiev is not easy, and it's not going to be easy.
Okay.
Especially when there are civilians inside there, when there are fighters who can fight independently from any building. It is going to be a different war game, ball game altogether.
So, Ambassador Parthasarathy,
yes,
how does this then play itself out over the next few days and weeks? If, as we've all been saying, a strategic aim was a direct connection to the Black Sea to ensure that Ukraine is landlocked, that Russia has a buffer state, if you will, much like North Korea or the erstwhile East Germany, so that its security interests are taken care of. Would that be an acceptable sort of solution both to the Russians and to the Ukrainians to end this war?
No, I don't think you're going to have one solution in one go. You're going to move in phases, and the Russians have done it beautifully. They kept Ukrainian forces running all around the country, but their objectives were clear. As the general said, Odessa, and the Sea of Azov, and also the Black Sea. You must realize, in strategic terms, Russia's greatest need is access to the sea. And they have used this opportunity to take control of that. Strategically, they're sitting much better than they ever have been by control of access to the sea and by ability to use ports across 3 seas. That is the aim.
Okay.
And I think the Western planners know it, are not willing to talk about it, and are talking about fighting in cities and this, that, and everything else. But the reality is the strategic gain for Russia. And they're keeping quiet about it. There's no need for them to boast about it. But it is self-evident that now they can challenge the American Fifth Fleet in the seas, the Fifth Fleet proceeds on, including the Mediterranean.
No, but it's come at what cost, Secretary Kawal Sibal? Because forget about the human cost, the hundreds of people who've died, including Russian soldiers who've died. That's one part of it. But it's also almost like Putin has now given a reason to the West, to NATO, to Europe. They've given them a rallying point. NATO was almost like a dead organization, a non-existent organization. It's now given it a very, very solid rationale to reinvent itself, and countries in the West will be pouring money. We've seen Germany, for example, announce a $100 billion military modernization plan. Look at what Japan is doing. So at what cost has this come for Vladimir Putin?
Well, I don't know. That's one way of looking at it. But Putin's aims have been very clear from the time he made this speech in 2007 at the Munich Security Conference. He doesn't want Ukraine and Georgia to be part of NATO. He's accepted the expansion of NATO grudgingly during all these years. An additional 14 members have become NATO members. He hasn't taken any military action against anyone. I mean, the Baltic states or Poland or Hungary or the Balkan states, he's not taken action against anyone. But Ukraine is extremely critical, according to Russia, for its security. And I think it makes sense if you look at the facts on the ground. Insofar as NATO is concerned, yes, temporarily, you have the impression that they have solidified under American leadership. But I don't know how long this is going to last, because all this is being driven essentially by Poland and the Baltic states and Czech Republic maybe. I don't think that the Europeans at the end of the day will be very happy with this kind of a US overlordship.
Okay.
France, for instance, has always wanted to have a degree of strategic autonomy. What has changed a little bit is that after the departure of the previous German Chancellor,
Angela
Merkel, Scholz has little experience, and he's been browbeaten by the Americans and compelled to do what Trump wanted Germany to do, and he has fallen in line. But I think it's going to cost Germany a great deal in terms of its economic situation. And as time goes on, you will see that Europe is going to feel more and more unhappy. This is a temporary situation because of what has happened, and public opinion has been roused, and therefore the political leadership is feeling compelled to unite.
We'll see if that situation changes. But I want to go again to another piece of breaking news. I want to thank all our guests, because this again is very important. This is in response to the so-called thaw that was arrived at in Istanbul. Now the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is saying, and he said this at a press conference just moments ago, so far there are no signs that Russia is serious about peace talks. There is what Russia says, and then there is what Russia does. We are focused on the latter. Remember, this is the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken. We've also had reports, CNN reporting an hour or so back, that some senior U.S. officials have confirmed to the network that there is visible movement of particularly tactical groups, battle tactical groups, battalion tactical groups moving away from the outskirts of Kiev. But now the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, suggesting that so far they've not seen any evidence of any seriousness for the Russian talks with Ukraine, and that they're focused more on Russian actions and a lot less on the Russian words, as it were. Let me also now go across to somebody who is part or at least used to be part of the Zelensky administration. He's a senior economic advisor, in fact, the chief economic advisor to President Zelensky. Mr. Oleg Ustenko is joining us. Thank you very much, Mr. Ustenko. There's been a step towards de-escalation now after the latest round of peace talks. Do you believe that the groundwork is being laid to try and end this war? What is your assessment 34 days into this war, where it stands now and where it's likely to move in the next few days?
Not in the position to comment on that issue, but what I must tell you that we all hope that these negotiations will bring the peace to our land, to Ukrainian people, and will stop this terrible war which Russians are doing against our country. Since the invasion on February 24th, as you know, Russians continue to kill our civilians, to kill our children, to destroy our infrastructure, to destroy our cities. Some of the cities are completely destroyed. For example, the city of Mariupol is destroyed, inhabitants also destroyed. So they continue to bomb all the time. The sirens are all over the way in Ukraine. So we need to stop this war. But in fact, we are also counting on our brave military, but at the same time on the international support which we are.
Mr. Ustenko, we've also seen a series of economic sanctions that have been imposed by the West, knocking Russian companies, knocking Russian banks. Is there a feeling now that the sanctions have run out of steam? The Russian currency, the ruble, is pretty much back at the levels that it used to be before. Oil prices have come down significantly, down to around $100 a barrel mark now. It seems like the sanctions have run out of steam. What more, in your opinion, can be done to pressurize Russia economically?
I would say that the most important step which we are expecting should be undertaken right now is to impose full embargo on Russian oil. Why? It's extremely important for peacekeeping process in Ukraine and for stopping this war. Because Russian military machine would not be able to function if it doesn't have enough cash to buy these missiles and to buy these bombs and to buy other weapons, which is used in order to kill people of Ukraine and to destroy our cities. Oil is around $1 billion daily for Russian budget. Should be immediately cut off. And our position is that very clear. It should be done now and immediately. It was already done by the US. What we need it should to be done from the side of Europe. And we hope
Mr. Oleg Ustenko, thank you very much. That's the Chief Economic Advisor to the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. We'll leave it at that. What we'll do is we'll take a break here on the program. When we come back, we'll shift focus away from what's happening on the Russia-Ukraine situation to what's happening domestically. There have been 8 hikes now in the last 7 days. We're talking about fuel prices. It's been going up and up. Fuel is on fire. When will the center give relief to the Aam Aadmi? That's the question we're asking right on the other side of this quick break. Stay with us. Several towns to the northwest, they were forced back by Ukraine's military. In fact, Ukrainian forces have been trying to regain territory from the Russians. So now Russia says it's going to focus on liberating the east, the Donbass, signaling a possible shift in military strategy. Let's just take a look at some of the cities that Russia has managed to capture and what the exact game plan is. If you were to take a look at the map of Ukraine, all the way from Cherniv in the northeast, across the entire major belt in the eastern side of Ukraine, from Kharkiv, which is the second biggest city, to Luhansk and Donetsk, the capitals of the two big provinces in Donbass, Mariupol, which is a southern port city which has direct link to the Black Sea, and then all the way to Odessa and Kherson. It's very clear what Vladimir Putin and the Russian troops are trying to do is to create a semicircle almost, the entire eastern belt of Ukraine being completely cut off, as a result of which they want to create a buffer state, almost like North and South Korea, or what used to be erstwhile East and West Germany. They want to create a buffer state between Ukraine and Russia, as a result of which Russia's security interests are not directly threatened by a Ukraine, which Russia feels is moving closer and closer to NATO. So that's the game plan by Vladimir Putin's troops. And over the weekend, they have said there's going to be a recalibration. Take a look at, this entire set, the Ukrainian fight back that's happening in Kiev. Certainly, for the last few weeks now, we've heard the story of a convoy being stuck, or multiple convoys being stuck on the outskirts. Kharkiv is the second biggest city. At one point, it had almost fallen to the Russian forces, but now Ukrainian troops are pushing back. Same's the case in the southern city of Mykolaiv, as well as in the west in Makariv. So there is major fight back of the Ukrainian forces, and that includes in the suburb of Irpin. We're getting breaking news from there. This is in the northwestern side of Kiev, the capital. From Irpin, and Irpin has seen some deadly clashes over the last few weeks. There appears to have been a now completely taken back by Ukrainian forces. The mayor of Irpin has confirmed this is one of the major hotspots. The mayor there has confirmed that Ukrainian troops have now captured the city again. Now it is in control of Ukrainian troops. Let me go across to Salma Abdulaziz, who's joining us from Lviv. Welcome back. There's a fresh flashpoint between the TMC and the BJP in Bengal, this time over a video of a TMC leader threatening BJP voters with dire consequences. Remember, the two parties have been at loggerheads over the violence that happened in Birbhum last week, and it escalated yesterday into a full-blown fist fight inside the assembly.
A day after BJP and TMC leaders came to blows in the assembly over the violence in Birbhum, there's a fresh flashpoint that has broken out, this time over the bypoll in Asansol. Leader of opposition Shuvendu Adhikari has now released a damning video. In the video, TMC leader Naren Chakraborty threatens voters that if they vote the BJP, they'll have to face the consequences.
ভোটের পর আপনি কোথায় থাকবেন সেটা আপনার নিজের রিস্ক। আজ যদি ভোট দিতে না যান, আমরা ধরে নেব আপনি আমাদের সমর্থন করছেন।
The BJP panned the Trinamool, accusing them of stalling democracy.
Where are all the torch bearers of democracy today when one of the member of legislative assemblies of Trinamool Congress has threatened the BJP voters, not BJP karyakartas, BJP voters, that if the voters come out of their home and vote for Bharatiya Janata Party, the consequences are going to be dire.
The man at the center of this controversy, Naren Chakraborty, hit out at the BJP, claiming the video was doctored.
ये हो सकता है कोई कंपोज वम्पोज करके, आजकल तो ये सब है, चलता है। आज बीजेपी तो सब कुछ सकता है। वोट नहीं देगा तो सीबीआई भेज देगा, वोट में जीतेगा तो ईडी भेज देगा। तो ऐसा ही कुछ है, करतूज है इन लोग का। ये लोग बड़ा पार्टी है, पैसा वाला पार्टी है, कुछ तो किया।
Elections for the Asansol Lok Sabha seat will be held on April 12th. The seat fell vacant after sitting MP Babul Supriyo resigned in October last year. He quit the BJP citing differences and later joined the Trinamool Congress.
All right, now the big face-off. Fuel prices have been hiked for the last 7 days straight. In Delhi, for example, petrol is selling at over 100 rupees a litre, while in Mumbai, it's over 115 rupees a litre. Fuel prices had been kept stagnant for over 140 days during the course of the elections to the 5 state assemblies, and that has dramatically changed over the past 1 week. When will the Aam Aadmi get relief? That's the question we'll be asking. But first, the story, and then we'll go across to our face-off.
The price of petrol in Mumbai today, it stands at 115.04. The petrol price in the national capital is 100 rupees 21 paisa, while diesel is sold at 91 rupees 47 paisa.
रोज के रोज पेट्रोल के दाम बढ़ रहे हैं, कभी 55 पैसे बढ़ा देते हैं, कभी 30 पैसे बढ़ा देते हैं। अभी 3-4 दिन के समथिंग ही में ही इन्होंने 4-5 रुपए बढ़ा दिए हैं।
पेट्रोल, डीजल, सीएनजी, पीएनजी, गैस, एक के बाद एक रोजाना ये दाम का बेतहाशा इजाफा हो रहे हैं। हम सरकार से एक गुहार लगाते हैं कि सारे दाम पे जो इजाफा हो रहे हैं इसको वापस लिया जाए।
All right, let me go across to our face-off tonight. Shama Mohammed, National Spokesperson of the Congress, and Gopal Agarwal, National Spokesperson of the BJP, joining us. Gopal Agarwal, I'll start with you. For 7 days now, consecutively, prices have been risen. And in Delhi, for example, it's gone up to over 100 rupees, the price of petrol. 4 rupees 80 paise is the hike that we've seen over the last 7 days. When will the Aam Aadmi, sir, get some respite?
Zaka, we have to understand that the economy will run on the economic decisions alone. Yeah, there were 2 days some of the unions had called for strike. What I read their 12 demands. They are saying government should do this, government should give this support to them, government should invest, government should does not divest. All these demands, etc., or whatever requirement in the budget are there, different sectors are there, stimulus is there, then COVID fight is there. Everywhere the central government has to put its resources. There is a severe constraint on the resources, demand on the resources. Nobody talks about generating resources. And you know, the petrol prices globally due to Ukraine crisis has risen and it is now hovering around $116 per barrel. Every day our oil companies are losing thousands of crores.
Sir, but all of this applied in the 130 days when elections were also there in this country, no, sir?
Yeah,
At that time, it went up to $135 a barrel.
Yeah, correctly. That time we were, everybody was of the opinion that this crisis of Russia-Ukraine will die down and the prices will come down. When there is a sustained increase in the global prices, it is more than 34 days that the crisis is escalated.
Okay.
So that is the reason that government had to wait to increase. We were thinking that it will come down. We will be able to import more from other places, but globally it has not come down.
It hasn't come down. Yeah, you have a point there. My only limited question was 134 days during the elections, prices did not rise, but in 34 days of the war, it has risen now 7 times in the last 7 days. But Shama Mohammed, fact of the matter is today Brent crude is at $107, $108. I mean, it went up to $134, $135. It's at $107. World over, prices are rising. Look at neighboring Sri Lanka. People are waiting in queues for hours just to get a litre of petrol. Clearly, we aren't seeing that kind of queues outside fuel stations in India. And people realize that global prices, I mean, it's all linked to global prices now. What can the government do?
You need to give me some time. Today, I remember one particular nara. Bahut hui petrol diesel ki maar, ab ki baar Modi sarkar. I remember this in 2014 when the petrol price was 71 rupees and the diesel price was 56. See, the problem, Zaka, is something called deregulation. It was deregulated in petrol in 2010 and diesel in 2015. But in 2000, and as soon as they came to power in 2014, from 3 rupees, which was the diesel's excise duty, and 9 rupees, which was the petrol's excise duty, they increased it to 80. And then after that, we had the world. He was talking about the world petrol prices. The oil price went up to $60 a barrel, $70 a barrel, nothing for the people because it's been deregulated. 2020, when the petrol was $50 a barrel and it's deregulated. Remember, deregulation means when the petrol prices go down, we pay less, the oil prices. When it goes up, we pay more. They increased the excise duty, the BJP government, from 18 for diesel to 33 and for petrol to 34. Now he talks about, so why was that time it was increased?
No, but we're not talking about 2020, Shama. We're talking about 2022 and oil is over $100 a barrel.
That's what I'm going to tell you. Now, the Ukraine, so when the petrol price, I'm trying to give you a perspective, when the petrol prices, oil prices were down, it was never passed on to the people. They have collected 25 lakh crores in the last 7 years. We have no clue what they're doing with this money. There's no white paper. Now, the war started on 24th February, the invasion. 25th of February, it became $105 a barrel. But like you mentioned, no increase for 137 days and no increase for 1 month. When did the petrol price start increasing? On the 22nd of March. If it was so much of a pinch, why was it not increased immediately? Because the elections were going on and voting was going on till 7th of March. Number two, we have bought 3 million barrels in February itself from Russia at discounted rates. I'm asking you, why is that not passed on to the people? And
no, but the amount of oil that we import from Russia, as the minister said, is less than 1%. But be that as it may, I think one of the points you made is valid. The war started, Gopal Agarwal, on the 24th of February. Till the 10th of March, elections were on and you did not raise the prices. The prices started rising only after 15th of March. So a good 20 days of the war and you still did not rise the price, but it's only after that that you started increasing the prices. Gopal Agarwal.
We have to understand two things. If the Congress and other people want to close their eyes and again ask where is the 25 lakh crores that was collected gone, we have given every penny report in the budget, everything. We are giving best effort on the vaccination front. The infrastructure development of roads, everything is taking place, and the fiscal stimulus package is there. Therefore, only the economy is recovering. The second important point that I want to underline here is the central government is taking taxes on a fixed rate, and the state governments are taking on ad valorem basis. And that means that as the price increases globally, their taxes also increase automatically without increasing any taxation. We have been pursuing the state government that the central government has so many issues to deal with. It requires fiscal stimulus. All those things which are underlined are required. So it is the responsibility of the state governments more to do something on the petrol and diesel. Even when center reduced 10 rupees and 5 rupees on the diesel and petrol, still the state government did not do. The thing is, in our federal structure, all the expenditure, major expenditure, all expenditure, including the transfer of money to the state government for various social welfare schemes, is done by the center.
Okay, so Shama Mohammed, even today, 35 to 40 paise across different states, 35 to 40 paise for every liter of petrol still goes as state VAT and other state duties. So why don't you cut that? That is 1/3 of the cost of a liter of petrol.
So, Zaka, you were talking about the 1% which the petroleum minister spoke about, which we are taking from Russia. That was in 2020. That's what he has not told you. You have to understand that's not, if you go and listen to what he has said, it is in 2020, not about 2022. That's how clever they are. So I know for a fact, which the Financial Express as well as the Indian Express has said, that we have imported 3 million barrels in February and 360,000 barrels per day in March. So these are facts. I don't come out without facts. Now, let me ask
what about the question of VAT? States, is the onus only on the center to reduce excise duty? What about states reducing VAT? And we saw, I think end of last year, when the center reduced, I think by 10 rupees, states were reluctant, particularly opposition ruled states were reluctant to reduce VAT.
And ad valorem is there. As the price increases, they get more taxes.
Shama.
No, Gopal, wait. Let me answer that.
Hmm.
The same in 2014, it was $108 a barrel. We were charging at that point, the center, an excise duty for petrol for 9.2 and diesel 3.6. We couldn't ask the states, why didn't you reduce the VAT? States will have issues with their revenue. My question today is, if we could do it in 2014 with $108 a barrel and give people petrol excise duty at 3.2 for diesel and 9.6 for petrol, why not today?
No,
What
but
is
Shama, the burden on the exchequer has gone up so much more substantially because of 2 years of COVID, job losses, the economy slowing down. I mean, obviously you can't compare the situation in 2022 after 2 years of the pandemic. You can't compare that to what happened in 2014 or pre-2014.
Zaka, the GST collection
from its share to the states, 41%.
No, one second, Gopalji, I'll come back to you. One second, Gopalji, one second. No.
Mr. Agarwal, you're a senior person. Have some shame.
No, one second. Well, answer the question, please. Shama.
The GST collection in February is 1,32,000 crores, which is 15% more than last year and 25% more than pre-COVID days. So what are you talking about? Again, GST is indirect tax. Where are we taxing the rich? Every burden is falling on the poor. GST is again to the poor. Every poor person has to pay GST.
So Gopalji, no, one second. One of the points that she's making, direct tax collections have seen record highs. Indirect tax collections, that is GST, has been over 1 lakh crores for well over the last 7 or 8 months. Why is it that those revenues are not good enough for whatever social welfare schemes the government is undertaking? Why should it have to be through increase of petrol and diesel prices, Gopal Agarwal?
Because they need to
Gopal Agarwal.
It's very clear that corporate tax rates have been reduced. Direct tax, in spite of reduction of direct taxes and startup ecosystem, you see how economy is moving. Corporate tax has been reduced. The startup ecosystem taxes have been reduced. No, let me finish.
Shama, one second, please, one at a time. Let him finish, yeah.
The second thing is, when in 2016, Zaka, this GST Council, the committee which has recommended that the average revenue neutral GST rate is 15 to 15.5%. At present, the average GST rate is 11.6%. We have drastically reduced the direct and indirect taxes both, and therefore the inflation is under control. 3.15% CPI and deflator rate giving such a benefit to the small and medium consumers. So the thing is, and we are investing a lot of money into infrastructure, PLI, recovery. So the revenue generation...
Final word, Shama Mohammed. Yeah. For years now, even when the UPA was in power, you also were arguing for this, that fuel needs to be brought under GST. The GST Council has been talking about this for years now. The single biggest opposition is coming from opposition-ruled states. Why don't you allow fuel to come under GST? Then whatever rates the people will be willing to pay.
Zaka, before I get into that, he mentioned one thing. He said, you know what, we've cut corporate taxes. Oh my God, you want to help the rich? Do you know the poor cannot afford 1,000 rupees?
Without economy, what poor will do and what the country will do?
No, answer my question. I got to wrap up also. Please answer my question. Why are opposition-ruled states reluctant to include fuel under GST?
One, whatever revenue the center is getting, the center promised a certain amount of revenue to states before the GST came in. They are not giving it to the states. That is the problem, Zaka.
We are giving. This is all lie.
Cannot be trusted. This government cannot be trusted.
I got to wrap up. All I'll say as a closing comment is, yes, people understand the global situation. Of course, 70% of our import bill is because of crude oil. It is the single biggest sort of determinant as far as India's price rise is concerned. So yes, global crude prices over $100 a barrel, the war in Ukraine continuing, those are absolutely essential factors. But ultimately, it is the poor, it's the Aam Aadmi, and since fuel prices are an indirect tax, it is those people who will end up paying the brunt of it. Let's see how long more this hike will continue, and hopefully, if this war ends in the next few days and weeks, then we can see a pause to the rising fuel prices. That's a wrap. On the other side, Ridhima will join you with episode.